Hello, everyone. Welcome to a Sunday night AA meeting. That's an Aquariums Anonymous meeting. My name is Adam. I'll be your host this evening. And I've got to say, oh, by the way, I'm addicted to aquariums. But I have to say, I'm also addicted to collecting my own saltwater fish and freshwater fish. But tonight's all about saltwater. And I've had quite a few questions based on some YouTube videos I've put out about how to collect your own fish, what's legal, what's not legal, what are some of the techniques you might do, how you going to do it, where you're going to do it. And so I thought tonight, with pretty much, well, at least for me, the season coming down to a wind down, I might have a couple of guests on that you haven't seen their faces before, but you've seen them quite commonly in the chat. And they are here to help us get a better understanding of how to collect your own saltwater aquarium fish. So just quickly to say g'day, who's in the chat tonight. G'day, Praddy87. We've got Ross Dingle. We've also got Quilly's Reef with us tonight. Brendan Voss 0916. G'day, mate. G'day, Gil, down there in your semi-trailer. Now, Jeremy, I'm going to mess up your surname. Jeremy Rodriguez 7523. You got a question? I've got to get to that in a sec. Teacher Tamsy and the bearded reefer Gary. How are you, buddy? Is there anybody? Oh, Vroomy. Welcome, Vroomy. Good to see you, mate. Without further ado, let's bring on guest number one. Will we go age before beauty or beauty before age? Who's going to nod their head first? We're going age before beauty. G'day, mate. What are you on board? And officially introduce the name to what is your face, because everyone knows you, but they don't quite know your face. Introduce yourself, buddy.
Yeah, well, I'm the collector guy. I'm the guy that does all the collecting that you see on there. I think it's 97 or 91. I don't know. It's a random number. Yeah, and I'm addicted to aquariums and I'm addicted to catching fish. And my name is Steve. So hello, everybody.
I was about to bloody ask, but what's your bloody name though? It's Steve. Fish collecting nine. Fish collecting nine. Something or other. On
that's a random handle it gives you. That's it.
And also with us tonight is the Ginger Ninja.
Okay. How's it goes? My name's Quaid. I'm a aquarist addict as well, or I'm a very good one. I don't even have a fish tank at the moment. But yeah, years of collecting fish in the marine industry. But that's originally from South Africa, but been in Australia for over a year now.
So Quaid, you've got a lot of experience collecting pretty amazing saltwater fish over on the coast of Africa. Now you've located yourself and your wife Tammy up to just outside of Gladstone, 1770 area.
That's right.
And pretty well, I'm guessing, although you haven't gone out into the waters yet to go collecting, you're busting your balls to get there.
Yeah, but also have to learn all the rules and regulations.
Yeah.
But of course, this is what things like this is for, is to learn all these things.
Yeah. So the aim tonight for everybody out there is to use our collection.
Carry on. Hold on. You missed something. What you drinking?
It's always that color, isn't it? Pretty much.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, this one tonight, some people are going to absolutely love it, or some people are going to hate it, and it's my it's my Achilles heel. It's American honey. And this stuff is so sweet that I can't stop drinking it. And I ended up drinking a whole bottle in one sitting. And it's dangerous stuff. But it was on special. So my wife bought it for me.
Oh, so you're going to be again the same as last time?
Hey, that was 3 hours in. I got some excuse, haven't I?
Well, this is going to be 3 hours in. So what's the excuse this time?
Well, let's see how long it takes, shall we? So... For anybody out there that's watching now or is watching in YouTube land after tonight, we want to answer your questions, and we want to answer them on the basis of from a hobbyist looking to collect their own fish. Steve's had a lot of experience as a professional back in the day collecting, but Steve, we're going to try and stick to the hobbyist perspective now.
Yeah, of course.
There is a lot of confusion in regards to what's legal and what's not. We're going to try and marry it up between what's legal and what's not in Queensland. and also what's legal and not in New South Wales. Ask your questions tonight. Doesn't matter how specific or how silly you think they might be. And if you're watching in YouTube land afterwards, put your questions in the comments of the video and I will address those as well. So one of the things, by the way, I've also got a bunch of footage from a term that Quade gave me, which was called a brag bucket. I'll just give you a little bit of a hint at it now. Where is it, Quade? There it is there, Quade's brag bucket. So let me just go to here. So I'm just running through briefly. These were Quade's brag buckets back in Africa, a term I haven't come across before, but we can run through some of the differences with the kind of fish that you might collect over in, that guy's cool, over in Africa versus Australia. Obviously, there was some pretty cool angelfish such as the, and that's a butterfly I got to ask you about too, Quade.
Yeah.
Some of the Pomacanthus, obviously more Rishottles. There was so much stuff over there that we don't see with such accessibility, such as those guys.
Yeah.
So that's just a little sneak peek of what we've got to go through. But Steve, Quay, this might not work so much for you right now, mate. But Steve, what I thought we might go through is what is the legalities with collecting your own saltwater fish, if there are any, in Queensland. Let me just try and put your big face on the screen. That's not it. That's mine. That's not it. That's not it.
I thought you practiced this, mate.
It's getting smaller, huh? Nearly.
That's as good as it's going to get, mate. So why don't you tell people in Queensland, if they're a hobbyist, what is the go with collecting your own saltwater fish in Queensland, not the Tweed?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, in Queensland, if you can hold your breath, you can go out with the right size monofilament net. You are restricted to monofilament size, but you're not restricted to catching fish. So there's no legal requirement. You can't get a permit to collect fish on air unless you are a commercial collector, like you have a boat and you've got to have all these permits for your boat, all these different things. It's very hard to get. Or if you know someone that's got a permit and you can work from their permit and work something out with them. But if you're just doing it for yourself and for your own aquarium, not a problem. Just make sure you're not in a green zone and snorkel to catch them. Yeah, you can't catch fish anywhere in Queensland using air. So that's, or if you do, don't get caught.
So just to backtrack, Steve, we all know that in Queensland you don't need a recreational fishing permit to go line fishing for a flathead. So the same exists for collecting your own marine fish. For an aquarium, obviously not for sale. There's no permit that really exists. You don't need one to collect your own fish as long as it's not on compressed air. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah. So, and if you do get caught, it's I think it's $600 fine. And I've been told, I've inquired about doing all that stuff about a year ago again, and I was told that just go out and buy $600 worth of fish. That's how ridiculous Queensland fisheries are. They're pretty arrogant, and so you're better off just finding a secluded spot. If you're a scuba diver and you're collecting, you got a saltwater tank. Find a secluded spot, don't get caught, or just use
Steve, don't say that.
Or if you can hold your breath, well, then you can catch fish anywhere in Queensland except the green zone.
I haven't even started drinking yet. You're already freaking breaking the law on bloody national television.
I'm just being honest. It's good. Honesty is the best policy, because if any of these people that we all know on the channel who have got air and they decide to, I'm going to go to the seaway and I'm going to jump in there and I'm going to chase fish around there, and fisheries officers standing there, and you can get in trouble. So I'd rather tell people the truth rather than to say nothing. So
let's stick from the perspective of a hobbyist that's just what is not going to have a scuba thing, not using compressed air. They want to go out in the Gold Coast Seaway with a couple of nets, some snorkeling gear, and collect some of their own butterfly fish or tangs. They're legally allowed to do that, as long as they're not sucking on compressed air.
That's correct. Yeah.
Correct.
There used to be they used to have a legal limit, like 5 or 6 of the same species, but I don't think that's valid anymore. I think that's changed. Like,
There is.
who wants to go home with 6, I don't know, tippers and angels? So I think you can just go in there and get a tippers and angel, a butterfly, whatever you want to get, on
Yeah.
snorkel, and
There is.
and
There does.
have fun.
There does seem to be one little hiccup when it comes to Queensland, which Queensland is a pretty loose state when it comes to regulations, I will say. And the hiccup I'll lead you to, Steve, seems to be if there's a fish that's listed on the fishing regulations of Queensland in regards to its bag limit or its size limit, that you need to abide by that if you were going to collect them as well.
Mm.
So,
Well,
for
that's
example,
correct.
the classic example would be, let's say, a mangrove jack.
Yeah.
So the mangrove jack size limit is a minimum of 35 centimeters in Queensland. So if you were to jump in with a snorkel and mask and manage to somehow net one that was 10 centimeters, the way I understand it is that is illegal.
Well, that's just, I don't know. It's something that I would never do because a mangrove jack will destroy my net. It's like anything, you know. You seen the teeth on them? Yeah, they'll
But-
go straight through the net, you know. But
I'm going to lead you to something else, Steve.
legal size. If you come out of the water with a illegal size mangrove jack and someone's there who's Queensland Fisheries or the DPI, yeah, they could look at it and say it's undersized and whatever they're going to do to you.
And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to share my screen because I was looking at that today. I was trying to go through Queensland Fisheries, and I saw something that was in regards to surgeonfish that made me think, holy crap, everyone that's collecting a surgeonfish for the marine aquarium is doing it illegally. This is Cairns Marine. Just bear with me. I'm going to go back to Google. Can you guys see this? Or what do you see at the moment?
Nothing at the moment.
You're probably seeing me. I need to go share screen, don't I? Google. Okay. Can you guys see that now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't read it. I'll take your word for it.
Cool. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put in Queensland fisheries size limits. I should have had this saved beforehand, but it was literally only about let's face it, I was drinking a whiskey in the shed with my cockatoos. Coral reef finfish. I go down through here. You can probably see me scrolling down. Can you guys? And I come to this. In the middle of the screen, we've got surgeonfish.
25 centimeters.
25 centimeters with 5 per species. But it just says surgeonfish. It doesn't. So in New South Wales, it says sawtail surgeonfish. This is very generic. It says surgeonfish with a minimum of 25 centimeters. And so the way I read that, if you were to say that a mangrove jack of 10 centimeters coming out of the seaway in your net is illegal, then a convict tang of 5 centimeters in a rock pool is also illegal. And this is where, for everyone out there, I hate to say it, unfortunately, New South Wales is a pain in the ass to deal with in terms of regulation, but at least it's clear. There's a little bit of ambiguity when it comes to Queensland.
Yeah, but there's surgeonfish and there's tangs. There are tangs that haven't got the little edge on the tail, where they call them surgeonfish. They're tangs, and, so that would probably work in favour.
No, all surgeonfish are in the family Acanthuridae, and so that's regardless if they're a zebrasoma, an Acanthurus, a prenotes, it doesn't make any difference. But all I'm saying is I'm not trying to get you guys out there to not go and net a convict tang in a rock pool that's 5 centimeters. Yeah. All I'm trying to point out is there's a lot of ambiguity when it comes to collecting in, well, not just New South Wales, but in all regards. But one thing I will say, Steve, and I think you can probably also agree with this, is that most people aren't dickheads. Most people are just trying to be inquisitive, or you might have some fisheries guys and they're just trying to often help you out, or just say, "G'day, what are you up to?" And if you're an honest person, and if you have to plead ignorance at one stage, if you're up in the Gold Coast Seaway, then so by do it. Don't be a dickhead about it.
Well, that can be true. I have spoken to the closest guy, who's a fisheries inspector, who's very close to the Seaway, and I did have a conversation with him over the phone, saying, if I came out of the Seaway and you were standing there and I had a whole bunch of fish in my catch bag and I caught them on scuba, what would you do? And he says, "That's illegal." He said, "You'll cop a $600 fine." And I went, "Okay, that's it." But if I'm on snorkel, he doesn't care.
Yeah. And the basis behind fisheries, I tried doing a Google search for amateur or hobbyist aquarium collection permit Queensland this afternoon. I could not find anything. This is on the fisheries website, the Queensland government. If you start scrolling down, you'll find pig farming before you'll find anything to do with fish. Obviously, there's commercial at the start, but there's nothing else. And everything that you read is based on line fishing. So surgeon fish are on there, not because of convict tanks, because of sawtails, which are a bycatch from the black fishing, black fishermen on weed, that kind of thing. So it is a bit of a shit show. But if you're in Queensland, the main thing, Steve, is to stay off of.
Oh, air, for sure. Just no, you can't use air buddy, anything like that. But and you've got to have a commercial license in the area that you've got your license for to collect all these things. Now, a few years ago, I was talking to some people, and they said that they'll never issue a permit for recreational collecting on air in Queensland because it's taking the money and food out of the mouths of the commercial collectors, because they own all the coloured fish in Queensland. This is what I was told, and that's the way they make a living. So if you jump in the Seaway and you're collecting all these fish, you're taking money out of the mouths of these people that do it commercially. And I said, well, that's not fair, but that's the big reason why. And I thought, well, okay, if that's how it works, that's how it works. Now, I've been out with Queensland commercial collectors, and they just don't go out on the reefs, even though they've got big boats. They also do the estuaries. So that's why you go into the Seaway and you see 500 banded coral shrimp one week, and you go back the next week and they're gone. So they're legal up there, quite legal to do that. So there you go.
I'll answer probably the bit about New South Wales legalities in a sec, but let's go through a couple of questions before they get too swelled up, Quade, because
I see Anya's on as well now.
Yeah, Anya had a question there as well, but we've got to go to Jeremy Rodriguez. You know what I'm trying to say, Jeremy? Okay, so Jeremy says, "Hey, Adam, would love to get your input. I'm currently building one of my dream tanks of strictly uber rare fish and coral. Already have a few collected. Wanted to ask if you had any recommendations for uber rare fish and corals." Look, to be honest with you, not really, because I don't see fish and coral in that way. My whole hobby is based around just being underwater wherever I am, which is these days mostly Coffs Harbour, and just looking at what I'm looking at and admiring the fish that are in front of me and trying to replicate that at home, which is the reason why I build big tanks. I'm not trying to judge you at all, Jeremy, but I don't really care if a fish is extremely rare and worth $3,000 or if it's a threadfin butterfly fish.
But if you don't mind, where is Jeremy based? That's the next question, because if he's in Australia, there's certain fish in South Africa that you won't find anywhere else.
Yeah.
You won't find them in Australia. Like you mentioned the other day to me, powder blues, one of them. Gem tanks, you only find them off the Madagascar coast and on the east coast of Africa. Those are rare. So it all depends on that.
That's an interesting point, mate, because rare can mean two things. Rare can mean that you can't readily access it because it's from a faraway land, such as Madagascar for us, not for you in South Africa. Or it could mean that it's extremely hard to collect. It only occurs in tiny numbers and needs specialized equipment to get it, and hence costs a fortune, such as a peppermint angelfish, for example.
Or it's very deep water
Yeah.
fish.
Yeah. So, mate, I don't know.
And coral.
Jeremy, let's ask everybody here. Jeremy, if you're asking me what is a fish that I'd love to put in my tank right now, I would say I'd love to put in some Chelon rafflesii, which is the latticed butterfly fish. It looks like a noriga. It's plain yellow. It's got a blue forehead and it's got some crisscrosses on it with a nice trailing filament, and I'd like to have a pair. Steve, what would you want to put in your tank?
Conspect.
Conspect. I knew you were going to say that. Quaid.
It's one of my favourites, yeah.
That one angel that I found in the book that's, I believe, off the Great Barrier Reef is a multi-barred angelfish.
Multi-barred.
I think that looks quite awesome.
But also, I like one of those crosses too, a cross between a pearl scale and a coral beauty. Those fish are beautiful, you know, but you don't often see them. I've seen one in the wild. And they're a beautiful looking angelfish, a cross between those two dwarfies, you know. So
I did see there's a comment from Jeremy. He's going to be up till 2 a.m. this morning. 2 a.m., that must mean, Jeremy, that you would be in the States, I'd say. Mate, Steve, there were stacks of crosses between pearl scales and lemon peels over in Vanuatu, and they hair them together. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
And made for a fantastic biotope aquarium. Oh, Quaid, I'm thinking about you, buddy. Lemon peel, pearl scale, and a half-half doing a thing with the coral rubble. Look fantastic. I'm trying to find Anya's comment because Anya had a comment somewhere here. The problem is the chat goes so far. Guys, if you find that you are not getting your question answered, ask it again. Here it is here. Anya. No? Anya. Question for all three of you. What is the #1 best fish species you can say that you have collected? I'm assuming this is ever. And why would you say that they were your #1? Steve, what's your favourite you've ever collected?
the best fish I ever caught was in 75 feet of water off flat rock, which was a full-grown emperor angelfish, and it was absolutely a beautiful-looking fish. I've never caught one since. I've never even seen a juvenile. I've only seen that one adult. I was lucky to get it. It was just sitting there in 70 feet of water, and I put my net straight over it. And if you could jump up and down in the water, that's what I was doing. And yeah, that was my favourite I've ever caught in my whole life, and I've caught thousands of fish. So that was a beauty.
All right, Quaid.
There's two, I would say. One, when I was growing up, we used to be able to catch gem tangs they were actually abundant in KwaZulu-Natal off the old North Pier. So we used to catch them, but didn't realize how rare or how special they became or would become, should I say. But probably the #1 fish is probably an emperor, little juvenile emperor. You actually showed a little video of it earlier. That was cool. It took me like 5 days of continuously going to go catch it, and it was for a very special friend. So that was a very cool one. It had a nice story to the end of the day, and a friend that deserved it.
Oh, by the way, hello, Anya. I can't see you, but you can see me.
Mate, she can see you all right.
Yeah. I'll probably see you at the end of the week.
I think
I'll go and get supplies.
You what?
I've got to go and get some supplies, some food, that sort of stuff.
I think one of the things about collecting fish is that it's probably not so much about the individual fish or even the species. It's about kind of the task that you had to go through it, the mental gymnastics, the hunt, whatever it might be, the going back day after day to go and get that fish, even if it was just a common fish. Sometimes it's the task. So for Anya, for me, the #1 best fish species I collected is not a common fish species. It's a fish that probably most people do not even want to have in their tank, and that is a green moray. But the reason being is because I did a dumb thing with a bucket of fish in a homemade trap at a rotten weather in a stormy afternoon on nightfall with gloomy conditions and a bull shark that came and tried to investigate me, only to go back to the island, Muttonbird Island, on the following midnight to see the same bull shark patrolling the area because I abandoned the fish trap with the fish heads in it, and then spent probably about 2 hours on the end of a fishing rod, not sure if I was hooked on Kunjavoy or not, only to finally to land a green moray in the dark and the gloom in the wee hours of the morning. So for me, it's just a story that's grabbed in my head, and it's not so much the fact that a green moray is a special fish, although it's a fantastic fish. It's just it's lodged in the memory, a bit like you with that giant Imperator angelfish, Steve. You would have been jumping underwater like you said, and that's just it's more the feeling, isn't it? For me, it was the exhilaration of doing it.
Yeah, but all the years I've been doing it, to everyone out there, I've been doing this for over 40 years. I started off in Sydney, and very seasonal in Sydney, where we used to get such small little fish. I used to be a spearer. I used to go spearfishing, and one day I was looking down and I saw something yellow, and I went, "What's that?" I went down and had a look, and it was a threadfin butterfly. And I went, read about it. It's aquarium fish. It comes from the reef. I wonder if you can keep them in an aquarium. So back then, it was make your own filtration systems, and there was no such thing as sterilizers or the great lights we have now. You just had to make your own. The chillers were made out of bar fridges. So, back then it was very, very, hard to do, but we succeeded, in catching our own fish.
We are talking about 65 years ago, mate. It was it was problematic back then. Quade, question for Quade. One of my favourite fish I keep is my African basslet. I'm assuming he's talking about, is that an anthias? Wanted to ask if he's ever seen one or collected one off the coast of Africa. What's an African basslet?
I actually have no clue. I actually had to quickly Google it while you were talking to Steve. I've actually never seen one while diving.
Hang on, I'm gonna see if I can find. Can you guys see what I'm doing here at the moment?
Yeah, I actually Google searched it as well, and I saw what it was, but I've never seen one diving. So no, I've never seen one or collected one. So no. But it looked like a very pretty fish.
For everybody out there, I'm currently on Google. I think you can see me, can't you? So it's like gotcha. All right.
I've never seen one of those. It's the first I've seen of that. But yeah, that looks gorgeous.
Yeah, so that's kind of like, I think over in the Caribbean they've got things like Swiss Guard basslets, haven't they, and that kind of thing?
Yeah, it's very similar to that.
They've got hamlets as well, I think, over there. So we don't, in Australia, we don't tend to get this kind of stuff, do we, Steve?
No, I've never seen anything like that. It's just normally there's probably 3 different species of fairy basslets I've ever seen. The dullest ones are the ones in the estuaries. They're not really pretty, but they're large, but not anything orangey. I've seen them outside of the reefs.
Look at that! I've just been told by Fishers of Australia we do have a basslet in Australia. It's Lypropoma multilineatum. So basslets for everybody out there in the groper family, which is Serenidae, and we usually think of things like big gropers. Obviously, we think of things like this, which is the anthias, but there's also, of course, the basslets like the Swiss Guard basslet overseas that we don't tend to see in Australia. So
how are your anthias doing, Adam?
Sorry, mate?
How are your anthias doing? I was expecting that.
That was a low blow, wasn't it?
Let me just go through a couple of questions. Make sure I've got no more questions because I've got to get into the New South Wales. Well, this is an interesting comment from Heath, which is incorrect. So Heath says that no nets are allowed anywhere in the seaway or the Broadwater. You got any comments on that, Steve?
Yeah, you can, as long as the net, the monofilament is a certain size, like when you stretch it, I think the minimum size, they have a minimum size, 3/4 of an inch or something. It's, you know, it's not what I use, but I think they've got a minimum size, which is that. But yeah, you can use that. Not a problem. I've seen
Was that
quite a
monofilament?
few people do it.
There's no, I don't believe there's any restrictions to hand nets in the Gold Coast Seaway. One of the things that some estuaries have in place, which might be a bit confused here, Heath, is that nets can be things like drag nets, prawn nets, those kind of things. And there are some estuaries that prohibit those sort of nets because of seagrass beds and whatnot. But as far as using a couple of dip nets while you're snorkeling, not with scuba, in the Gold Coast Seaway, that's fine, mate. You're not allowed to. Anya asks, are there not restrictions with food fish species? Anya, yes, there are. And that's the issue that we had with trying to look at the Queensland fishing legislation we touched on before, because they do give you minimum sizes, bag limits, and possession limits for the food fish species, which includes for some aquarists the mangrove jack, but for many aquarists includes the surgeonfish, tangs, that kind of thing. And it gets very grey there because, let's face it, fisheries is based around food fish and they don't care about collecting. So like we said before, make sure you're snorkeling and not on compressed air. And I don't think you're going to have a problem. I think, guys, I should just quickly touch on New South Wales before we go too far. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up, in New South Wales, there is a different permit. Steve, I know you've got one, and it is that. Hang on.
Section 37.
Yeah. So for everybody out there in New South Wales that wishes to collect their own aquarium fish, be it freshwater or saltwater, funnily enough, you may or may not need this. And I'll get to that in a sec. So a Section 37 aquarium collection permit is a permit for you for 1 year or 3 year if you wish to collect aquarium fish.
5.
Oh, yeah, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. Correct. Thank you, Steve. If you wish to collect aquarium fish using techniques or equipment that is outside of the usual recreational fishing permit. So unlike in Queensland, New South Welshmen, I hate saying that, New South Wales folk need to have a recreational fishing permit to go and catch your flatty and your brim. And in that permit, there's different things about the number of hooks you can use, the size of your landing nets, what traps you can use, and also the size limits and the bag limits and that kind of thing. If you want to collect a fish for your aquarium that sits within those guidelines, you do not need this fishing permit. If you want to have a 30 centimeter, a 27 centimeter brim in your marine aquarium, you don't need this. You can go out and fish it and bring it home. Fisheries don't care what happens afterwards, as long as when you've done it, it's under the appropriate means. A lot of people, and I'm going to do a video on this probably this week before I go away, so many people jumped up my ass, like I'm feeling pretty sore right now, about me having collected a 4 centimeter mangrove jack. And I really hate when people comment when they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So in New South Wales, there's no size restriction on mangrove jack. Therefore, although I hold this permit, I don't need to have it as long as I've got a recreational fishing permit and I collected that mangrove jack using approved fishing equipment, which was a rod and line and some fly fishing hooks. If you want to go and use things like snorkel, like scuba, like dip nets that have a mesh that's finer than 16 mil, you want to go rock pooling, then you need to have one of these permits to do it legally. And it's just, you just Google it, it'll come up. You can see, Steve says 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. You can see I've ticked the renewal box over there, and it'll keep on going. There's a section just halfway down the screen that will ask you what the species and the scientific names are. And I've had some people that have asked me because they're put off by how specific this is. And I tell them everything I've done every time was, rather than being specific with a species such as a convict tang, I give a family, and I say surgeonfish, family Acanthuridae, 10, just to cover myself. Butterfly fish, family Chaetodon, 10. And I just do that. Anything I can think of. And then when it comes to the area or the distribution, as in where you're going to do it, that's the environmental assessment. It asks you at the top if you're going to do it in a marine park. You can see here I've ticked yes, and I've got Solitary Islands Marine Park. At the very, very top of the page, it says proposed locations, and you can see I've gone with anything I could possibly think of between Port Macquarie and the Tweed River. I've got Port Macquarie, Crescent Head, Nambucca River, Coffs Harbour, Sawtell, Emerald Beach, Sandy Beach, Woolgoolga, Red Rock, Wooleye, Mini Water, and Tweed River. I didn't go Byron because I hate going to Byron. Just cover yourself, and they don't care. The one thing a lot of people get themselves worried about is this section, which is the environmental assessment. And all they're worried about here is that you're not going to ruin the environment in the process of doing it. And so my advice to people out there is just to say things like, you're not collecting endangered species. Identify the endangered species. Identify there's a Ballina angelfish, an elegant wrasse, there's clownfish, and there's pipefish and seahorses that are illegal. Identify those so they know that you have thought about the process. Identify that you're avoiding seagrass areas, you're avoiding low tide of those areas, you're not interfering with mangrove zones, and they honestly just want to know that you've been thinking about it. But what I'm saying to you is put down everything you can possibly think of. I put down collecting my own live food, such as shrimp, such as caulerpa, such as ulva algae, different types of crabs and tunicates and all sorts of stuff. So anyone in New South Wales, if you want to do things that are outside the recreational fishing guidelines, then you need a Section 37 aquarium permit. Steve, any comments on that?
Yeah, there's probably not many people on this chat at the moment who would actually jump in the water and give it a go. You could probably get them on your hand, but it's not as easy as what you think it is to be out there and collect fish. Like, you can go out, make your own nets, like we did way back, out of material or monofilament, whatever you want to make it out of. But there's an art in it, in catching fish, and it takes years and years to develop it because fish aren't silly. And what you've got to do is you've got to go in there and get the easiest fish that you can hold your breath if you're in Queensland, which is probably a puffer fish, a valentini, or stars and stripes, whatever it is, and then work your way up. Because fish aren't silly, especially angelfish, dwarf angels especially. Very hard to get when you're on snorkel. I've caught them on snorkel, but in shallow water. But you've got to outsmart them. So it's not easy. You can try and get a permit. It takes 8 weeks for them to look at it and to get it, and it costs money. It's not free, and just under $200. And so that $200 over 2, 3, 5 years, you'll certainly catch some fish, and it'll pay for itself. Because fish aren't really cheap. So,
well, Steve, what I'd like to do is get into equipment, and then I'd like to, which we can talk about our nets. I'd like to get into species, so we can show off quads, brag buckets, and we can have an idea about what might be a little bit tricky with certain species. And then for people that are just jumping into it, it'd be cool to get your thoughts on some of the kind of target fish that maybe they can practice on without necessarily wanting them for their aquarium. They can let them go, so they can get their hours up, so to speak. Is that pretty? Do you reckon that's a good pathway to take, rather than bamboozle them straight away with everything?
I think that people who want to go and collect fish, who want to jump in the ocean, and they like snorkeling, and if they've got an aquarium, if they want to see if they can catch fish for the aquarium, they'll ask questions. How do you make a net? Do I just go and buy one? You got to make your own nets. You know, you can buy some in BCF, but you know, a lot of fish go through them because they're small.
So, Steve, do you want to kick it off? We've done the legalities now. If anyone's got any questions of legalities in terms of Queensland and New South Wales, did you guys want to pop it down in the questions now so we can address it before we move on? Because we don't want to miss people's questions. I can see Anya's got a question for all of you. She hasn't written down there. Hang on, there's a question here for Steve. All right, Steve, this is a bit off topic, but anyway, question for Steve. I recently saw a wild-caught conspic angelfish up for sale. Would you prefer a wild-caught or a captive bred if given the option?
Well, I think captive bred fish, I don't think much of them because they don't have things in their heads that they're used to in the wild. For example, I went and bought 2 clownfish off Anya last week that I needed to host my anemones. I got a captive bred clownfish that'll never go near an anemone. It just hosts coral. I don't want that. I want it to look after the anemones straight away. They're straight into the anemones, and that's what I like about wild caught fish. So yes, I would prefer to get and I believe that they're more expensive when they're captive bred because, you know, it's like it's buying a dog that's got all the pedigrees. You know, it's going to cost you thousands of dollars, where then they might be a little bit cheaper if they're not captive bred. So that's how I look at it, because people have got to pay. You got to pay for the food, the upkeep. Like, you know, for example, clownfish. They breed clownfish in captivity, so you know they've got to feed them for, I don't know, months, I guess, till they get to a certain size, and so they're going to get their money back. So I just think that, and then when they go to the aquarium shop, they're going to put their bid on it. So I just think that, you know, I prefer a captive. I prefer a wild caught. They're a bit cheaper. That's my answer.
All right. Now, Anya's got another question here, which reminds me of a segment that I've got, gentlemen.
Ready for something like that.
What? A segment?
Okay, so we're gonna start with Anya's question. This is a yes or a no, Steve. It's a yes or a no.
Okay. Yes, I'm single.
Maybe not.
I
Maybe
just threw that for somebody reason.
Question for you all: have you ever seen a wild fish swimming around with white spot or velvet? Yes or no, Steve?
No.
Quade?
Yes.
Adam? Yes. Right. Done. Which brings us to
that when I'm dealing with much smaller goldfish.
Quade. Is the reason you were so successful? You've got to listen to me, Sonny Jim. Is the reason you're so successful collecting anthias because your orange features make the anthias feel secure?
Ooh. No.
Yes or no?
I'm just a bit of. Do you want a yes or no answer?
Yeah. No. Okay. Quade. No. Steve.
What?
So you've caught a conspic angel, which I know you've been dying to catch this year.
Any year. It's been a while.
Would you keep it for your home aquarium? Or number 2, now I'm not allowed to say what you would do, which could potentially be pass it on or sell it. Would you, number 1, keep it for your aquarium, or number 2, find a wealthier home for it?
I wouldn't keep it. If I caught 5, I'd keep 1.
Right. Quade.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I was trying so hard to find questions that would pull the piss out of you. Have you ever had a fish take refuge in your beard because it was mistaken for a clump of seaweed? Because it was mistaken for a clump of seaweed.
Yes, and that was an anthias, so I can catch anthias better than you can.
You had an anthias go into your beard.
Yeah.
Full on.
Yeah, it came up.
It looks like sarcasm, doesn't it? It's sarcasm.
Did you catch it?
Yeah, I catch anthias. You don't.
Oh.
You want to pull the puss? Here we go.
Love the old Australian and South African quasi, don't we? Okay.
Yeah.
It's like the rugby.
Steve,
Yes.
do you admit that collecting fish using scuba or compressed air is basically cheating?
No. It's not cheating. Fish have got more. No, fish have got more advantage underwater, right? You should know this: how fast they swim and where they duck and hide, and their transporters. They can go under a rock and come out 10 feet away. You're in the water swimming, and these guys have got so much power in the water, even up current. No, fish have got more. They've got it over you. You just got to outsmart them.
Right.
So my answer is no.
No.
Net when dealing with much smaller goldfish.
Right. So what we're
What
going to get on
happened
to.
then? Was that the end?
That was
of that?
No, that was the end of quick tips. That's my
I was just wondering what happened. Okay.
That's my rapid fire question, Steve. Come on, you got to keep up with it.
Okay.
Now we're back to nets and equipment, gentlemen. So we talked about making your own nets, and we talked about buying your own nets. I'm going to jump in just quickly to say something which you guys don't have to worry about because you're in Queensland. But for those of you in New South Wales, Quade, be quiet.
Well, I'm more looking at Anya's comments. That's all I'm laughing at right now, so it's fine.
Are you? Okay. I feel like Quade's going to get me in trouble right now.
I'd love to see some more of Anya's comments.
Anya's comments. Anya's asking all these comments. I'm not keeping up with Anya's comments. Haha. Can just imagine the sargassum frogfish chilling out in Quade's beard. There you go. It's the great sargassum sea. For those of you guys who are in New South Wales, you know you can't use cast nets in New South Wales, and the reason being is cast nets are made of monofilament netting. If you look on the, let me just share my screen for everybody out there. Share screen.
So is this now where I have to keep quiet again? This New South Wales nonsense again.
Yeah, that's exactly right, mate. You've got to keep quiet right now. So I'm going to type in monofilament netting in New South Wales legal. Ooh. Okay. So, no, monofilament netting is generally prohibited for recreational fishing in New South Wales, including the use of monofilament cast nets and bait nets. The use and possession of monofilament nets, meshing nets, gill nets by recreational fishers in, on, or adjacent to New South waters is prohibited. Cast nets are illegal. Monofilament bait and set nets are prohibited. Blah, 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 blah. $22,000. Stop sharing. StreamYard. Can you guys... All right. So for everybody in New South Wales out there, that's a bit of a pain in the ass because, let's face it, we love to think that fish can't see some netting and that it will make our job easier. So I just want to put that out there that if you're New South Wales, it is illegal to use monofilament netting and do with that as you wish. In regards to methods of collecting your own fish, obviously well, let's get started talking about when you jump in the water with, my drink's coming, Quade. When you jump in the water with some fins and face mark with or without scuba on, you're obviously going to have two nets by your side probably. We can get into rock pooling, we can get into traps, we can get into night times later on. So, Steve, I can't even click on you to bring you up nice and big, mate.
Oh, that's all right. Don't want to shock the people too much.
You don't want to go nice and big?
No, that's all right. It's all good.
Do you want to have a talk about the... Thank you, my love. Do you want to have a talk about the hand nets that you make?
Sure. It'll be...
Go for it.
All right. Well, I've been asked on my YouTube channel about, well, I've been looking for nets that you use. Can't find them anywhere. And I've said, well, I've had these nets for over 40 years. And I bought the monofilament that long ago when you can buy quarter-inch monofilament. Long time ago. So, and the nets last. Sometimes they get a bit damaged, but you just have to know how to use a needle and fishing line to sew them up if you do rip them, especially when you're collecting around coral. Also, it's just a piece of 3mm fence wire that you can bend easy. You get that from Bunnings, and some hose clamps, and you drill into the wood. I don't know if you could see it. If I can bring it close.
There you go, Steve.
There you go. See, so just under the hose clamp there, that wire has gone into the wood, so that when you clamp it, it stays there in one spot. And and this stuff here is just fence wire that you buy from Bunnings that you can bend it. Use a tree or a lamppost, whatever you want to do, and that's how you do it. Make it nice and round. And what you do, you put the net on first, and it's all in 2 pieces, and then you got, I don't know if you can see it on here, but you sew it. Can you see where it's? No, I can't see it. I'm just too good a sewer. Where there's a line on both sides where it's been sewn, and then once it's been sewn, you put it all together, clamp it, and you got your net. So, and you make 2 of them. So that's the net. And usually you use one net as a balk net, and you use the second one as the catching net, which way the fish goes. Do you want me to tell them about the catch bag as well?
We'll get to
Adam?
that. We'll get to that in a sec, mate.
Oh,
Quade,
okay.
Quade, nets for you, mate. I've got some. You've used different types of nets, which I wouldn't have wanted to use personally. But should I pull up? Let me just see if I put this video on. Now that's a net. Is that a net that you've used in the past?
Yes, that's a net I've used in the past. We basically used almost like a shade cloth kind of netting. I just found that one there a lot tougher, so it survived at least a season. But that frame was buying a cheap net from like a China mall that we used to get in South Africa, or still get, and then put my own netting on with a very fine mesh.
Yeah, it's a BPF net. Yeah.
So we used to use that, but we didn't really get monofilaments and things like that in South Africa. So we pretty much either used old net curtains or shade cloth or that. And that's what we pretty much used.
The shade cloth is good because you get everything. You've got the little tiny gobies that I've always wanted to get because I look at them and go, geez, they're colourful. But, and also, I guess, cleaner wrasse, stuff like that.
You see how small that is. That is very fine on how that is.
Yeah.
So even like your small cleaner wrasses, and that would go through like the nets that you've got there, Steve.
And, the adult cleaner wrasses don't. The juveniles do.
Yeah, the juveniles do. So we also get a lot of juveniles in South Africa. So we use that.
It looks strong too.
And it was pretty much that netting I found. I don't know where I found it. I found it at some material shop, funny enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, we found it there, and it literally was like almost like a double layer of it. And since I used that, it never ever tore or anything like that, like the other nets I used to have.
The only thing that I can say about that netting is that it's not as invisible as what monofilament is. So
there were
how did you go with scaring fish?
We would use almost like a chasing stick kind of thing, which I suppose we'll probably get into later. Oh, and also have a second net. So basically similar to what you would do. So that's what we would do.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, people that have seen my videos will see how I do it, where I just ambush the fish, get them into a spot. They can't get away. And it's just, waiting for them to get in that right spot. Then you got them. Force them out with my hand and into the net so that I've got them. But sometimes I think they can't see the net. Whereas yours, they would. I don't know. What's it look like underwater?
That netting there was red. Sometimes I use a black netting. So depending on what was around, I found the black netting was a lot better because in a way the fish kind of felt it was another hole to go into kind of thing. But fish, no, if they've been chased, they're going to go into something that's natural. That's the way I see it. But
yeah.
You told me something. Sorry,
A lot
mate.
of
Go.
filament was used, but only a few of the guys were able to get from Australia imported to South Africa or Indo, whatever. They'll use it, but I never really saw many people using it, except for the aquarium, like SeaWorld or the Oceanarium. They would use it, but besides, for us, we just couldn't afford it. And
Yeah.
you go through a season and destroy a net, it just wasn't beneficial for us.
I think one of the things that everyone, I mean, I'm going to tell a bit of story now, Steve, and this might be interesting to you, is that being a New South Welshman, I was always very envious of monofilament. So I'm about to dob myself in. Let's hope Fisheries is not going to see this. Quade, am I going to be in trouble now? Is this the whiskey talking? This is one of Steve's nets. And this, technically speaking, is monofilament.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had a crack using this. And funny enough, what I prefer to use is not that. Hang on. Is that. So again, in New South Wales, monofilament is illegal. So yes, I've trialed myself with a little bit of a monofilament hand net, and yes, I was doing that illegally. This net is a butterfly net from my local Mo Tackle store. You can see it's a Net Factory brand, which is just a Jarvis Walker landing net style thing. It's shocking because where the wire hoop hits the handle, it always rusts out there. It's $7.95. And I've had so much success with two of these nets. I think, Steve, you saw these ones at your place once when I pulled it out of the back of my van, didn't I?
Yeah.
And what I'm finding is a lot of people, there was a comment somewhere back up there in the stream about can't you use a prawning, fry a duck, there we go. Let's have a look. Fry a duck, wouldn't a prawning scoop net suffice? Now, fry a duck, I was in a pickle when I was trying to catch these Anthias quaid down at the river, and went to try and find two more of these to go and make it successful, which I was not. And they didn't have these in stock. They only had the typical green netting, triangular, semi-style prawn scoop net, which was shocking. This is very similar, but the mesh is finer and the mesh is smaller, but it's still legal. And what I'm going to do is buy a couple more of these when they come on board, chuck the hoop, chuck the handle, and basically stick the green bag on one of Steve's suggested frames. You can see that one had some wear. To make it durable, because with those green butterfly nets, they always rust out there.
Yeah.
Although, Steve, what I'm going to say is I reckon we can do better than these hose clamps, because there's been so many times I've had this netting catch up on there and it becomes a pain. I reckon we can get like a little metal sleeve or something to push all the way up nice and tight onto there to hold that on without those hose clamps.
Mine
I'm
doesn't
looking-
catch there. Mine
I'm
never
looking
ever
at-
catches there. Never.
Doesn't?
No. Ever.
I'm looking at that, and we never used I never used wooden handles. I used PVC piping. So I would use PVC piping. I would actually put a PVC pipe to slide over that and go over the clamps.
See, mine's tight. See, mine's tight. It doesn't get caught. Don't go in and out. It's tight. There you go.
Yeah. Quade, you're saying,
It's the way you do the net.
Quade, you use a PVC handle, do you?
I would have a PVC handle. So the way my wires, my loop would go, I have two ends of my wires. That would go inside to the PVC pipe, and I'll epoxy that closed, and then that's done.
So do you fill the entire PVC handle with liquid epoxy?
Basically, where the metal is, and that's it. And if I wanted to have it that the handle can still float, I would make an air pocket in it. Most of the time, no.
So this is a bamboo mop handle from Bunnings, and what I like about it, I haven't used fencing wire. It's rusting. because it's galvanized steel rather than aluminium. I normally use aluminium, but it sinks, so I can drop it and it'll go down to the bottom and I can go and pick it up later. Does your PVC handles, do they float or do they drop?
If there's no air in them, no, they sink.
They sink. Yeah.
They sink. Remember, the whole PVC pipe will get full of water and sink.
I think the take-home message when it comes to nets is, number one, if you're in New South Wales, you can't use monofilament. If you're in Queensland, you can. And then after that, it seems that we're all very different with our preferences. I'm going for those green kind of setups. Steve's goes for his monofilament ones, and Quade's going for those darkened red or black style ones, the cozy ones.
Well, it's whatever works. You know, like it's worked for me for over 40 years. And I started off with material, like wedding dress material. We didn't know what to do back in the good old days, but we found monofilament works the best. But it's the style of your collecting, and if it works for you. So, like, you know, what works for you, Adam, and what works for me, and for everybody, it's just could be different. Yeah. You know, so if it works, it works. If it doesn't, find something that does.
And I think also, here's a comment from Fry Duck Spotlight by man. Fry Duck, I gotta say, Spotlight is my second store. This is that's bridal veil, which has become very soft. Oh, by the way, if you're trying to catch things like juvenile wrasse and cleaner wrasse, bridal veil is brilliant. And all I do is I get my daughter, I get her to sew a pocket. You can see that's been torn, which I'll address in a section, but you can see how she's sewn a pocket with a hem all the way around, and then she's sewn there from the top to the bottom and then across the bottom.
Yeah.
And then all I do where it's open is I slide it onto the frame, which Steve gave me the idea for, and then I clamp it on. I'm going to adjust that, Steve. I think we can do better. And that's great for things like cleaner wrasse and juvenile.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I think probably obviously by that, having some of that sort of PVC or vinyl tubing that you slice all the way down the guts and then you put it over the rim as a rim protector certainly wouldn't go astray. But I think the take-home message is that when it comes to nets, we can watch videos from Cairns Marine and we think that that's the be-all and end-all, but everything's different. Like you're saying, Steve, we all collect in slightly different ways, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yeah, but the bloke I go collecting with sometimes, he's got his ways, and I'm totally different to how I collect compared to how he collects. His nets are very similar to mine, but he uses fish tank air hosing around the edges so he doesn't get them caught up on stuff. You know, he's just a bit different. You know,
but also
zip ties aren't good enough. That last question, zip ties aren't good enough.
No,
that's got to be tight.
That's why I was thinking if you had some sort of if there was an exact size cuff that could get knocked up over the top of those metal bits that came down, it'd be nice and flush and smooth.
What about a hose pipe?
I think because, Steve, I was using such a voluminous net to catch those small fish. Like I was catching, you know, those dark gobies, you know, those light-tailed dark gobies, like 10 at a time kind of thing. So I needed that kind of voluminous net to kind of grab them like that. But again, I've got about 6 nets in the garage. You've probably got half a dozen, Steve and Quay. You would have had a whole stack. You just make shit up all the time. This is not cheap, by the way, people.
But that's what I wanted to try to say.
I have 3 nets. That's all I have. 3 nets, 2 hand scoop nets and a fence net. That's it.
But that's what I was trying
Did
to
you use the fence net in South Africa?
Illegal. Kind of illegal in South Africa to use a fence net.
They're illegal for me to use here too, but it helps me catch things.
So let me jump.
I'm not saying I never used one, but illegal.
Keep talking, guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump onto YouTube, and Steve, I'm going to show the Cairns Marine.
But what I want to just say something there, Adam. You showed there 2 different nets with 2 different thicknesses of metal. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I used to have the same thing. I used to have one that was a thicker metal. if I was diving in an area that had a lot of surge and things like that, because then I felt that the net was heavy and can stay into areas. And then if I had a thin,
Hang on.
Adam, all right, we're all here waiting.
Hang on. Go. Talk. Yeah, sorry,
So-
sorry, Quade.
No worries. So I would go along, if I had like an area that had a lot of surge, my nets would have a thick metal, so it'll sink more and stay into areas if I've stuck it into a crevice or anything like that. But if I was going into an area that was not much of a surge, or I know I needed to adjust the net and things, it'll be a thinner metal like that fence wire that Steve mentioned. So I had two different kinds of nets for different areas. And that's what
And it might just, yeah, I found, because I've got a few different tanks that I want to stock, that I'm targeting different things. So like if I'm targeting all those dartfish to put into my macroalgae aquarium, they go straight through that. I got to use that.
Yeah, 100%.
But if I'm chasing a keyhole angel, I'll use that, because the keyhole can see that a mile away, and it's just too cumbersome.
Yeah,
And the other thing is I can drop that, but that one tends to bounce around a little bit. So you just, yeah, you're right, on conditions and where you're going, different places, different times. I mean, I find I've got, like half a dozen nets, absolutely.
But I can even go back to when I started. We used to use Coke bottles. We used to cut the ends of the Coke bottles and use a Coke bottle to catch fish with.
Hang on, we got to get to traps in a sec. We're on a barrier net. Okay, so we're
and I can actually catch fish. I can catch antias with my hand. So I don't know what your problem is, Adam.
I caught an Anthias about a month ago, and I let it go. Just to prove that I can catch one, and it was under a rock. And just to prove that I can catch one, it was a male. And I went, oh, okay. I caught it and I let it go. It was just, see if I could do it.
Adam can learn something.
We're going to go on to barrier nets, gentlemen. So for everybody out there, this is Cairns Marine. Commercial collectors used a mist net or a barrier net, which is a monofilament netting with lead sinkers at the bottom and floats at the top. Once they chase the fish out of hiding, the fish going, in this case, the angelfish gets caught by their gill spine, and then the collector can untangle it and pop it into their catch bucket. Being monofilament in New South Wales, illegal. I'm not sure what the legalities are in terms of using. Let me go back. There was a whole section here where they're poking around, looking for their rod, going under the rock, poke, 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 poke. You can see the mist net set up on the downstream side of where they're poking. There goes what looks like a hybrid to me, Steve.
It does too, doesn't it?
It does. And then bingo, there's your hybrid lemon peel to come to your aquarium store. So, gentlemen, that's from a New South Welshman seeing that's very frustrating, because I watched all those videos over the years and I was like, this is going to be so easy. And then I realized that, you just can't do that. Not only that, the places that you collect in New South Wales tend to be estuaries or river mouths with a lot of tidal current, and that kind of shit just becomes very messy, even if you try and do it. Steve, can you use not cast nets? Can you use barrier nets in Queensland?
Well, professional can.
No. Recreational.
No, that's all part of the, only professionals can use those sort of things because that's their livelihood. That's what they make money to do. So, and they do it quicker, like setting a fence net up. Like many, many years ago, I used to use a fence net because you can collect 10 butterflies, and what the queens were on, you just circle a rock and poke underneath it and you get the fish quite easily. It saves a lot of time. So that's why they do it. And, but really, I haven't used my fence net for a long, long time because of that reason you just said, because I usually collect in tidal areas and it's useless. So I haven't used mine for ages. So I have more of a challenge just using scoop nets. So, that's my fun.
So basically, what about over in Africa, Quade?
we weren't really. It was illegal, but I still used a barrier net. But we didn't have monofilaments, like I said. It was too expensive to get it in.
Is there any
Once
other
again-
questions out there that you've missed?
I'm going through that now, mate, while Quade addresses the Africa and barrier net situation. Go, Quade.
So they're illegal, Quade, in South Africa.
They were illegal, yes, but we still kind of did it. Pretty much, that is South Africa.
Everyone does. Yeah.
So, but it wasn't a case that I did it everywhere. It was once again, depending on what area I was diving and what I was targeting.
Yeah. So I guess we see these things on the YouTube with Cairns Marine, and we think, fuck, this is going to be easy. And then you realize once you go underwater and you have to learn how to stalk a fish, how to read its language, where it goes in the rocks, hold your breath, whatever. It's a lot harder and requires more practice than what you might think. Question for you, boys. Can you use a trap, e.g. an opera house trap, add bait and weight? Quade, did you ever use traps in Africa?
No, I didn't need to. So no.
No? Steve?
Yeah, I've used traps a long time ago. Don't use it anymore. But I used to go after the wrasses with traps. And that's what I used to use traps for. Wrasses, that's it.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Anya, Steve told me about using the traps to catch some wrasse before he went out for a dive and come back and see what's caught. And I took 2 traps down, the old Kmart traps. I baited them up with some nice juicy prawns and mackerel and all sorts of stuff. And I set up the GoPro zip tied to a rock to record what was going on with those traps and the frenzy of activity that was going to happen. And I was so excited to make $1 million on YouTube from ad revenue. And when I went back, I had 2 stripies and I reviewed the footage, and there was a plethora of moon wrasse and blunt-head wrasse and Gunther's wrasse, yellow moon wrasse, all doing that, but none of them went in it. So I think maybe it depends on locality and how hungry they are, but it's not going to work.
Bread. I used to use bread. You know, that's all I use in the trap. Yeah, bread.
Mate, I saw a video of a kid. I don't know where he was. He was snorkeling. It was a view down from above, and they were looking at the substrate, and they had this circular kind of wire piece that obviously had a net or a net bucket underneath it that was laying flat on the substrate or a rock. And they had some urchin. They'd broken some urchin and placed that on top, and there was some ropes coming up to where they were on the surface. And they were just hovering there waiting to just pull it up and collect their fish. And I did that. I tried that back in the day, and the fish did not go anywhere near the bloody trap. They just I don't know if fish in different parts of the world have lesser intelligence, or maybe they've been spooked, or they're too naive in different parts of the world. But in my part of the world, they're going, screw you, I know what's going on here. So traps, gentlemen, would we say that traps are generally ineffective?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't use one now. I don't want to catch a wrasse, you know. So no, I wouldn't use one now.
We've got a comment here from Funkalicious who says that fence nets, that's cheating, takes the thrill and frustration out of it. It certainly takes the frustration out of it. I can attribute it to that. Well, I think I can, because I get frustrated.
People, the person who said that, are they a collector? Are they a diver? Do they collect fish? Because using a fence net, honestly, is makes it easier than chasing the fish around, stressing it more, and stressing you out more trying to catch it. So a fence net stops it in its tracks, and as you saw with Cairns Marine. So to say that is unfair, because if you haven't used one and see how it works, you know.
I think he's saying
it's
that
not cheating.
Yeah. Mason Areno 7111 says, do any of you know the legalities of collecting freshwater fish, i.e. glaciers, gudgeons, smelt? I've heard that they are considered as freshwater bait fish, so only require a recreational fishing permit. I know about New South Wales. Do you know about Queensland, Steve?
No, the only thing I've ever watched on YouTube is guys collecting guppies and platies and mollies in the creeks around here. I don't know anything about collecting anything else, so I've got no idea.
Okay. I think, Mason, correct me if I'm wrong, Mason. I think Mason's still there. I think you're in New South Wales, but for Queensland, what I'll say is that you don't need a recreational fishing permit for Queensland salt anywhere really, except if you're going into freshwater impoundments, which means you're going into the dams and lakes in the back of the hinterland of the freshwater area. So if you're going to go fishing in there, you need a permit with those impoundments, and that's where you may find things like calaxias, gudgeons, smelt, rainbow fish. And on the recreational fishing, well, not recreation, on the fishing guidelines for Queensland, let's say, for example, rainbow fish, it gives you a bag limit of 20 per day. For New South Wales, unfortunately, you can't use a recreational fishing license, which is your angling license. Well, you could if any of those fish were to take a hook, but they're not going to, which means that if you were to, technically speaking, do it legally, you would need that Section 37 permit to collect those rainbow fish and those blue eyes. And the way that the ANCFA, which is the Australian New Guinea Fish Association, members kind of get around it when they go and do their field days, is that the club itself holds the permit and those guys do it under the umbrella of the club. However, in saying all that, I've collected freshwater fish quite a lot. I do hold a permit, but it's different in freshwater, Steve and Quade. These guys in freshwater, I mean, you're not targeting eastern cod, which are endangered or, you know, whatever, but people don't care. You don't get the same kind of nosy bodies that you do that you get in saltwater. It's really, really different. So, Mason, if you're going to do it legally, Section 37 permit, otherwise be a member of ANCFA, or just go and do it and plead ignorance. You didn't hear that from me.
Yeah,
It's on YouTube, mate. Really?
Okay, guys. So we've talked about nets. We talked about barrier nets. We talked about traps. Is it time for? Hang on. Yes, it's time for hard chat. Steve, what is your dream? What is your dream collect fish and why?
Well, I can't really say, because like my dream's always to get more conspix, and there was a good reason. There's a good reason why, you know. But you know, but to be honest, I'd like to be diving out in the bay one day again. And because I've been hearing that these blood shrimp, those red shrimp things, are pretty rare, and I know a place where there's quite a few of them, and I'd like to dive there one day and see if they're still there. And not far up from there, I was told that they're juvenile Pinnatus batfish. I've never seen one in the bay, but people say that they are there. I've seen the what do you call them? The other two species, the tiara and the orbiculate, but I've never seen the juvenile Pinnatus. But I'd love to catch a juvenile Pinnatus because I think they're absolutely beautiful. I love black and orange or red that goes around, but just they're magnificent. So that would be it.
All right, Quade, what is your dream fish to collect and why?
Well, it's difficult now that I've come to Queensland. If it was in South Africa, I had an idea. There's so many new fish here for me, so everything to me is like new. So it's never. But I can catch anteaters. So that's one good thing. But I would say here, my dream fish would be a powder blue. One reason I've never seen one, and some people I know have. It grinds me, but powder blue would have been one of them. But yeah, even here, like the coral beauties and that, we never got them in South Africa. So for that, it's just that'll be something special for me.
But Quade, now you're living where you're living, your dream fish that you'd see up there would possibly be a scribble angel or a personifer or something like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been to Keppel and I've seen some scribble angels diving there already, and that's amazing. So, like I said, there's so many new things like the multi-bar angel I saw in the book. That'll be cool. You guys have so many different butterflies and all that. It's all new for me, which is fantastic. So,
All right,
Yeah.
gentlemen, this is a yes or no question. Steve,
again,
Yes.
if you were to collect that conspic angel, would you hang your nets up?
No.
Quade, if you were to collect that powder blue tang, would you hang your nets up?
no.
Steve,
That's a silly question, isn't it?
You need to actually ask why wouldn't we actually why
No,
wouldn't we hang our nets up? My question
Well,
is
For the day. For the day.
no.
well, some might say that if the fish is that reverent to you, that you've been trying so hard to get that fish, that nothing else can compare, and therefore you'd hang the net up.
But I've caught conspics before, and I'm still
Well, then
collecting.
maybe that's not the fish for you then, Steve.
It is, because it's not often, like very, very rare to find these
Right.
things.
Next question.
Okay,
Oh,
hold on. But with that there, you go along and say you're going to hang up your net because you caught your prize fish. Then you're not doing it for the right reasons. I catch fish because I enjoy catching it. If I'm catching for another friend or whatever, that's what I enjoy doing.
well, that's
Yeah.
good. That's exactly what I want to hear. All right.
And that's so the powder blue I will catch, but then I couldn't hang up my nets because I'll have to go catch an Antheus for some people that can't catch them.
Now, there was a question earlier on about great white sharks, but that leads me to one of my questions. Quade, have you got a good shark story?
No. I've actually been lucky enough and never ever had one.
Steve, have you got a good shark story?
I've had plenty of stories when you used to dive out at Flat Rock and all the rest of it was Shark City out there from the surface to the bottom. There's always sharks.
Give us the worst one or the best one, whichever way you look at it.
There was 3 of us diving at Flat Rock, and we were anchored in 50 feet of water, and we were going over on the southeast side down to 125 feet because we noticed it was clear water. It was a beautiful day, and I think it was 200-foot visibility. It's beautiful. And I noticed I can't remember the name of these. They're a long-nosed butterfly. They're half dark, half black, half yellow. And I noticed there was a few of them down around the 100-foot, 115-foot mark. So I thought, well, I'll go down there. And the other 2 mates followed. So we're down there and we're collecting them. And it's a shark cutter because you're down near the sand and you look across and there's more reef. It's probably about 100 feet across. And swimming up the shark cutter was an 18-foot, possibly 18-foot female tiger shark. And we were just up against the wall, the rock and the coral, just watching this thing go past. It was like a little submarine. And you kind of nearly breathe your tank out, like, look at this thing. And it's just swam past. It's like we weren't there. But when we got into the bay, it was like we were all speaking a different language. Oh, did you see the shark? Wasn't it beauty? Oh, my God, But, yeah, that was the closest I've ever been to a man-eater, even though bull sharks have come up close to me in estuaries, but I've got that thing on my leg and they don't get that close. So, but, yeah, that was the best one because I wish I had a camera back then because it would have made good footage.
It's funny how
I'm not scared of sharks. I think they're beautiful.
A lot of the shark footage you see on YouTube is based around spear fishermen, or often oceanic spear fishermen, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
There's blood, there's those electric signals being sent out by a struggling
It's
fish.
not just that, Adam. They know what a spear gun sounds like when it goes off now, and they come straight in. I've seen it at Amity at North Stradbroke Island. They hear the gun go off, and the bull sharks come rushing in. It's amazing.
Question. 3 Miley McKay says, do you have a plan of what you want to collect before you get in the water, or is it just what you find on the dive? What is the longest you would wait to collect one particular fish? Days or weeks? Quade!
Yes. So it all depended. Like I used to not just dive for myself. I used to dive for friends as well. So I had friends that had back operations and couldn't get in the water and collect fish. So I would go along and say, hey, what do you need? And they'll say, I need this, this, and this, and this. Like that emperor was one of them. And then I would literally go and look for those, collect them, and be able to pass it on to friends and that couldn't get into the water. But sometimes that emperor cost me 5 days in a row, constantly going to go and try and catch it. And eventually I got it. So yeah, sometimes it's days, sometimes it's weeks. It all depends.
Yeah. Steve.
It can be. Well, because
Hang on, I got to turn that off because I can see Steve looking in very closely at what those fish in the bucket are. Steve, do you have a plan as to what you want to collect before you go in the water, or you just
not at all? Because each season's different. Like this year we had baby bannerfish everywhere, and you normally get the. It was a bit late for, even though I saw small copper bands that this season, but they're still a bit small, and I won't go near them. But different seasons are different. Like we didn't get any semis this year, but last year we did. So I look forward to say every year something's going to come that's different. Like you, when you got the lighttail angel, So you mightn't see that next year. So I go in with the plan of looking for something different. People know that who watch my videos. I always say I'm looking for something different, because I've only got so much room in my aquarium. And so the next fish, I love me dwarf angels, but I've got enough. I might be able to squeeze one more bicolor in there, but I've got enough of the others. But if I see something different, I would go after it. But every year is different. The seasons, we all know that, So I'm hoping to see something different next season, So even though that fish I caught last week was a what was it? It was a six spine butterfly, ocelus, or whatever you call it.
parakeet?
I never caught one of them before. That's interesting. But so you get the different fish like saddlebacks and stuff like that one year. You don't see them the next year. I watch spearfishing videos, all the guys that are outside and they're spearfishing, so I know what's going to spawn. I see thousands of bannerfish and I'm going to see them. So,
but Steve, I think you do kind of have a plan of what you're going to collect, because we've spoken before, and I know you've got a certain size tank, and I know you love your angels, you've got a few butterflies, and so you've kind of got an idea of what fits in your tank community. Like, you're not going to go and catch a lionfish.
No.
If you see a dirty big moon wrasse or a dirty big, cod, you're not going to collect that. So you do kind of have an idea of what sits in your aquarium community already when you go in there.
Yeah, something safe for the other fish, so I know it'll get along with the other fish, or hope to get along. That's different. It's got to be different. Like, it's the things you see when you're in the ocean diving, and that you don't normally see. Like months ago when we saw the what do you call them? Those the seahorses, not the seahorse. What do you call them? They're a really weird seahorse-looking thing. You just don't see them.
Oh, a ghost pipe.
Sorry, a ghost pipefish, and I thought, oh, wow, but didn't know they were illegal to get. So I put them back. I know, I put them back, but oh my God, they're swimming right past your mask, what do? You say, put them in the catch bag, so they're not hard. But the thing is that, yes, I am particular now because I'm limited to room. Probably I could put small fish in there, like maybe 3 more, and that's it. So I'm very particular. But it's not all about collecting. When I go diving, I love diving. So even if I don't get anything, I just love to dive.
Oh, no, but so you are particular. So like I know from my perspective, I've got a couple of tanks, but I know when I'm down there what I saw last time or what I might have had I had a glimpse of a Americans call them a Nassau tang, but it's a lipstick tang, which I've never seen in Coffs Harbour or in Nambucca before, and it was a good size, about 4 inches. And I also saw a tiny juvenile sailfin tang. And so I've logged that and I've gone, okay, those guys might be there. They might have died by the cooler water now, but they might be there. If I catch that Nassau tang, I will catch it. It's going to die, and I'm going to give it up for free for whoever wants to come and collect it. If I catch that little sailfin tang, I'll keep it. So you kind of, but for me, like I know if I see a butterfly fish that is on my target, a dot and a dash, a Mertens, something a little bit different from Coffs Harbour, I'll catch it. But we swim past bazillions of puffers, triggers, wrasse, convict tangs, orange shoulder tangs, lavender tangs, Dasumia's tangs. We swim past them all, Steve and Quade, all the time because we know we don't want those fish. So it is selective.
If I see a raccoon butterfly, I'll get it because I don't have one. And I like raccoons, they're nice, or a citronella.
Yeah.
But that's about it. Now, what this guy you put up, I totally agree with. Yep, I've been collecting for years. For me, it what's it say? The fun is finding the fish.
Yep.
You'll have to read that out. I can't read all of it, but I agree with it.
So Funkolicious. I think Quade's got the best eyes out of all of us here. Yet been collecting for years. For me, the fun's in fighting the fish, the struggle and the thrill of catching, and later keeping and getting to enjoy the fish. Sometimes you don't always get what you want.
No.
Absolutely.
Look what I showed you on my video, the second last video I put up, where I lost that Fijian damsel. It's too small. That's a beautiful fish. It was too small. You know.
Okay. So gentlemen, we're going to...
Also, with that being said, like you just said, Adam, we swim past so many different fish. There's so many people that think that when we are in the water, we collect everything we see. We don't.
No.
And that's the whole thing. You get people from the side going, oh, how dare you do this? You're destroying the ocean. But they don't realize that there's a lot of fish that we actually swim past. And
That's
it is
right.
seasonal. You mentioned it as well. And you kind of know the seasons of this fish is coming in at this time of year and this and this and this. And that's when you kind of go along and like, okay, I'm going to see this hopefully if everything works out. But when you see something that's special, you collect it. But everyone's under the impression that you literally swimming and collect everything.
But only if that fish suits what our aquarium or our friend's aquarium is. Like for example, that Nassau tang, that lipstick tang that I found. To me, a lipstick tang is too big for a 6-foot tank. So my mate has got a 6-foot tank. Gary's got 2 6-foot tanks. It's too big for him. Yeah. It's going to grow too big. It'll be fine in my tank, but I don't want it. So if I catch that fish, I'm going to give it away to someone else because it's not suitable for our tanks.
But that's the same as you showed earlier, a Mali butterfly that I caught. I was reamed by so many people that I caught that fish because they die in the aquarium. And like you are now trying with your twin spot gobies, people room you saying, how dare you do that? They're all going to die and that. But I gave it to someone that had a tank that was so full of SBSs that we thought it's worth giving it a try to see if we can actually get it to actually by so many people. Yeah, I'm getting feedback there. Sorry. So, like you were now trying to spot. Why am I getting feedback? Adam?
Who's that?
But that's Keith. Okay. Can everyone hear me? Is that what I'm just want to find out?
Sorry, Quade. Just go back to your story.
I basically gave it to someone that had a tank that was full of SBSs because those Mali eyes are predominantly SBS eating fish. So we gave it a try. Unfortunately, it wasn't successful, but we gave it a try. Didn't like I put it in someone's tank that had no SBSs and it was definitely doomed to die.
Yeah.
But next time I saw another Mali eye, I didn't catch it because I went, okay, cool. It definitely doesn't work even with a tank that's so full of SBSs. So we didn't try it again. And that's
Yeah.
the thing. We all learn, and like you're saying with the lipstick tank, we all learn these things. Sometimes we just, unfortunately, have to lose a fish here and there, which is sad, but it's part of the hobby.
And you also had a similar story in regards to catching Moorish idols, Quade.
Yeah. Where
Heath,
we've
sorry,
seen-
Quade. Heath, sorry, Quade. 1 sec, mate. Heath, can you hear me? Nod. Heath, nod.
No, can't hear you.
No. Heath, can you hear me, Heath? This is GC Fish Keeping. Heath, can you hear me?
Oh, is that the Gold Coast fish keeping guy?
Yes,
correct.
Okay. You can't hear anybody.
Yes,
Heath, can you hear me now,
I can't
mate?
hear you. But I'm on my iPad hearing like.
Can you hear me now?
No, I can't.
You answered him.
Well, you answered
No,
me.
I can't.
Nod your
Good to
head.
see you. Good to see you, mate.
Nod your head if you can hear me, Heath.
No.
All right, I'm going to remove you.
See you later, Heath.
iPad.
Now, Heath, can you hear me now? No. Okay. Quade, sorry, buddy. I was trying. Quade and I talked a little bit earlier on about getting Heath on board because it's good to try and encourage some young guys on board. But I wanted to get Heath to basically go and ask his parents to come on and say, hey, he's okay to be here. But if Heath can't have the sound and all the rest of it, then I guess it's not going to work. Quade, I'm going to bring up the Moorish idol pictures from your brag buckets because you had a story from me about when you took those brag buckets back to base, back to shore, and you had some people that were upset because Moorish idols are so let me just potentially problematic fish. So let me just go forward. There we go. Hang on. Okay. So start. What was the go with the Moorish idol? So you were collecting for a bunch of different people, Quade. Now I can't hear Quade.
I can hear you.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, mate. Yeah.
Heath buggered it up.
Are you there, Quade? All right, Quade, what I'm going to do, because I can't hear you, mate, I'll remove you. I'm trying to do sign language. I'll remove, add.
I'd like to say something while you're doing that to people out there.
Go for it, mate. Go for it.
Okay, for the people that come and watch my channel, I'd like to thank you very much because I've now reached just over 300 subscribers. I mean, it's not a lot, but I didn't think I'd make 300. And my last video, I've got just over 500 views in one day. And I'm thinking, wow. So the people that are on this channel that have viewed all that, I'd like to thank you very much for coming in and looking and liking it and commenting and doing all those things because, mate, I just started doing the videos of what I'm collecting just to see if someone was interested in watching what I do over all these years. So, and it's worked out where people are interested. So I'd like to thank everybody out there that's on this channel that's gone on and had a look at mine.
That's nice, mate. And you do from a scuba diving perspective in the Tweed River there, you do really show what it's like to collect from a very close up perspective there from scuba.
Lately, it's been bad lately because of the current and the surge, the big southeasterlies. We had to hang on to rocks and it wasn't easy, but it was fun. I love it. It's just fun. But yeah, so it gives the people a perspective on what these fish do, the fun it is to catch them, to chase them. and to try to outthink these little buggers. And most of the time I do, but there's a lot of times I don't. But that's the thrill of the chase, isn't it?
That is a thrill. Quade, are you there, buddy?
He might need to reboot.
Why can't I hear Quade?
Have you got a pen and paper there? Maybe you need to write him a message saying we can't hear him. Can he reboot?
Hear me now?
It says, oh,
There we go.
Oh, he's there.
There
there
we
you
go.
go.
Oh.
Somehow someone muted me. Someone along the line. Must have been Adam.
Oh, fuck. All right. So, I've basically I've sent text messages to Heath to say we need the audio sorted out and his parent on the screen to say that he can come on board. In the meantime, we've gone through nets, we've gone through barrier nets, we've gone through traps. What else in the way of fishing or collecting paraphernalia might we need? Catch bags, etc. Steve, go.
Well, this is my catch bag. It's just a thing I pick up at the dive shop. I have a lot of trouble underwater opening it when I've got gloves on. So I can open it without gloves on. When I've got gloves on, it's really awkward. But it's frustrating. And what it is, I've made a stainless steel hoop. Now I've had this over 40 years, nearly 50 years, this hoop. And it just sits inside and the fish got water flowing through it. The fish are healthy. There's no stress and they're quite happy. And when I finish my dive, I take it and it sits in the shallow water and I go and get a bucket and this thing fits straight into a bucket. So there's no stress. The fish aren't even out of the water. So it's really good. So I take them out of the water later. But yeah, so that's what I use.
Right.
Everything else I've used in the past, it fails.
Yeah.
What do you do when you're out in the water? Where you put your fish?
We used to very similar to what you have, Adam. That bucket with the whole little flip lid thing that you've done. So similar to that, or we'll have a bucket just on the side because a lot of time we would dive in rock pools, so the bucket will be there, or we'll keep them in little plastic jar bottles, and then from there transport them to. He's got a hand. Transport them to the main bucket afterwards. So we'll do that as well. So I would actually have a whole lot of bottles in like a crayfish bag, transport them into that, and then when I got out the water, I put them into a big bucket.
So it obviously, again, just like nets, it depends on where you're diving and where you're actually collecting. So these days, I'm basically using these, which is an old activated carbon jar, and you can see I've melted with a soldering iron holes. That very importantly, I've only melted them in the top half of the bottle, the jar, because when I get to the boat ramp or where I'm getting out, I can pick this thing up and the water comes out and the fish stay in the bottom. And I can carry this back to my van. I can get the bucket out and I can tip these guys into the bucket without them flipping around like a fish out of water, so to speak. And when I'm in the water.
So what I would do with that, like you had the bottle, I actually had my holes in the lid. So I would actually have the holes in the lid and then onto a string onto my buoy. So I would actually change it over like that. And that's what I used to do.
And I think I tend to stick these things. I've gone away from using that bucket unless I'm staying in the one put. What I found with that bucket that floats with the rope behind my weight belt with the I haven't got that lid that I did, is that in a static environment, perfect. But in an environment like the Nambucca River where there's a fair amount of flow in the main channel, it was dragging me so much I felt horrible. So now I'm basically just chucking this over my shoulder. And half the time it's got my drop net in it with the lead sinkers on it. So if I find a fish, a dot and dash last weekend that I want to collect, I just drop it. And because there's the lead weights on that drop, on that, what's that net I called? Octopus net, that drape net, it just sinks to the bottom and it just stays there. I can come back and get the lid off and put the fish in there. But I also use that bucket if I'm going from like rock pools, like you're saying, Quade. There's some headlands, some rocky platforms. If I'm dip netting at night time, all that sort of stuff. But one thing I think we all realise is the main thing when you're collecting fish is to make sure you've got good flow of water, Steve.
Yeah.
That's correct. And you got to also, the way you collect and you transport them, less stress. The less stress, the better. I've noticed the less stress that they're eating the next day. You know,
Yeah.
so that's the thing. You got to be so gentle with these animals, and you can't treat them rough and ready. So nice and easy.
It's actually quite funny that Steve says that, because I used to have the clear bottle like you have there, Adam, and then I changed to a complete like white bottle, like what you'll get from your flakes or whatever, but the bigger bottle. And I found my fish were less stressed in the white bottle because, one, they can't see everything, it becomes dark. And I had a lot more success there compared to the clear. Because if you think about it, then the clear bottle, all they're trying to do is trying to get out. So now they panic because they can't get out.
Yeah,
I had a better outcome on that.
It's funny you say that, because I was looking at some other jars the other day, and I was thinking, I didn't know a jar with a different hole size because I'm going to get some bigger fish and I want to make sure there's plenty of water flow through it. Like I was going to get some juvenile gropers. I've only got a black jar. Oh, that's no good. But it's funny what you're saying. Like a black jar, like a black plastic jar would be in a way perfect because it's going to keep them nice and quiet and calm. I never thought about that. We all, guys, I've got Heath back here busting his gut to get on board. He looks like a bloody he's looking like a squirrel up a European deciduous tree that's about to drop its leaves in autumn time. So let me get him, but he needs to have his parent to say hello, and it's okay. Heath, can you hear us?
I can do that.
You
Yes,
can
I can
hear
you.
Hallelujah, buddy.
Yep.
Now, mate, we'd love to hear your experience so far with collecting
Insights.
fish. But we know that you're 14.
Yeah.
And one thing that I've been very made aware of is the fact that things might be said on this live stream that aren't kid friendly. I might be drinking alcohol. I need to have your dad or mum in the photo saying that you're okay to be here. Can you do that for us?
Yeah, that's all good.
All right.
My parents drink a bottle of wine every night anyway, so it's not that bad.
Go and get your parent.
I'll be back. I'll go get them.
Yep.
Go get my
Okay.
dad.
All right.
Oh, it's
Now-
$2. I just found $2. I'll be back.
But you asked me earlier, Adam, about the
I've
Moorish
got
Islands.
a $1 here.
Actually, I
It's
was
rare.
not.
It's worth a lot of money.
And then we had the whole technical thing. So I had a lot of mates that wanted Moorish idols, and like we've had on the chat before, on other people saying Moorish idols are no-goes, they don't eat and that. But the friends that I collected from all have had success with Moorish idols, getting them to eat. So I collected them for those people. They were ending up getting those fish in a week to eat on pellets. So that's why I collected it. But if it was a case of if I collected for a friend and it didn't survive because it starved to death, I would never collect for that person and get a Moorish idol. So that's the only reason why I did it.
Quade, are Moorish idols fairly common over on the East Africa coast or not?
They are. And like everything is seasonal, eh? So they'll come through during the season, and sometimes in a nice big rock pool, you'll find 2 or 3. And then that little barrier net became very helpful. And you'll catch those.
They're here all year round. All year round. Yeah,
So you'll catch them.
Where's my parents?
Hey, lovely to meet you.
Hey, how you going?
Fantastic.
All right,
You've got
let me-
the guy here.
G'day, my name's Adam.
This is
and,
Angus, and I'm Simone. And
how are you guys? I was just
oh no, we know you well.
Yeah.
You've been in
Oh,
our
do you?
living room for many, many years.
You never
We know
told
you
us you
quite
were
well.
there, Adam. What's going on?
Does your
Guys,
wife know that, Adam?
parents. I just feel a little bit. I've been down the pathway of coaching basketball with juniors, and I've been aware of being involved with young kids and the requirements that are with it. And I wanted to make sure that you guys were okay with Heath being on board tonight, because, you know, we are having a little beverage and we may occasionally slip up with our language. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to get chased down the hallway by some angry parents later on.
No, that should be fine. As long as you stay on topic. What is it, fish?
Tonight we're talking about collecting.
Fantastic.
We're talking about collecting fish because Heath has been both in Steve's inbox and on my messages about collecting his own fish and for his aquarium. I know he's got a Stars and Stripes there somewhere. We've been trying to encourage him, and we want to answer some questions and help him out, but we also want to make sure that we're doing the correct thing as adults. So if you guys are okay,
Thank you for doing that. Oh, and also, I mean, obviously, you've got the whole, you know, social media ban thing going on, and you know, you have to, dot the I's and cross the T's and all that sort of stuff. So, thank you. We really appreciate that.
Okay, cool. All right, guys. Thank you. All right, thank you, parents. Heath, jump on board.
We love all your tanks, and we've been watching. You know, the guys just watch you and have created a lot of fish tanks. Inspired because of you, and we do different kind of reef things and themes, and then Heath's been knocking on that knowledge to his older brother, and you've got some very big fish people here. So you should have some good convo tonight.
Yeah, well, that makes me feel happy. I'm pleased with that. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thanks.
I should probably go outside so I can show my fish tank.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll go outside. Okay. Show my fish tank. But
All right. Well, Quade,
dogs.
you want to go? We'll go and check out Heath's fish tank for a sec.
I'm cool. I'm not going anywhere.
Let's have a look, Heath. Let's show us what you got, buddy. How you got a Stars and Stripes puffer fish last week? Did you?
Yep, and he's been kicked out.
Kicked out.
Frankly. Yep.
Right.
He's been a very naughty boy. He's been chewing on all my LPS and soft coral, for one.
That's what they
And
do.
so he got booed out of my tank. So if anyone in the Gold Coast region wants a Stars and Stripes puffer, talk to me. I'm your guy. All right, let's go see the convicted criminal.
Heath, can I quietly say, mate, that you might want to consider just, I know it's illegal to pop aquarium fish back into the wild, but quietly go and pop them back.
I won't do that. Trust me.
All right, let's see what you got there.
Yeah, I might just keep them, to be honest. Like, I don't know. See what I want to do. How do I flip the camera?
At the bottom of the screen, there's a little icon that says camera.
How do I flip the camera?
You can go back screen or front screen.
Back facing.
At the moment,
there we go.
Your video.
Let's open the lid. For one. It's in this plastic container, but let's just get this rock out of the way so we can actually see him. Here he is. Let me just turn the pump off real quick so you can see him better.
Well, someone's going to back on again. So this is your Stars and Stripes.
Here's the one and only criminal.
Well, he's not a criminal. He's just doing what puffers do, buddy. You got to research that before you go out.
But then that kind of answers that question of, I think it was started with an M, about what do we go collect.
Yeah.
We kind of know what fish are suitable for our tanks or our friends' tanks, so we kind of got an idea of what we're also going for.
Yeah.
You're cutting out.
So just show us what your tank looks like, buddy. I can see. Just slow down. All right. Do you want to give us a run through?
Let me zoom in this for a second. It's a bit hard with the phone.
Yeah, it's back to front. What you can do, you can go into those 3 dots down the bottom and you can mirror your camera.
You're cutting out.
I think you might be a bit far away from your Wi-Fi service, mate. Your router.
Can you see it?
I can see. We can see what looks like a singularity closed up. Maybe a blue tank, Quade. I don't quite know what that is down there at the bottom there.
Yeah, it looked like a hippo thing, what I
Yeah.
saw first of all. And it looks like
Right.
a sailfish thing as well.
You got a snowflake eel in the middle there, poking his head out, and a moon wrasse by the looks of it.
Oh no, is that what you guys would call a big sergeant major or
Yeah.
stripe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a grouper in here, a flagtail grouper.
Ah, yes, you did. You bought that one, didn't you?
Sorry guys if I don't like it's just cutting out really bad. Right.
Hey, Heath, can you hear me
I
now,
think I get
Heath?
some food for the fish. Huh?
Yeah, Adam's video instruction on the fly. How's that? We've got the most.
Should I leave and rejoin because it's a bit patchy?
No, Heath. What you got to do is you got to go inside. You got to go inside closer to your router, mate. Go,
Mine's right above my head. Can't get any better than that.
Heath.
Yep. You should about stand back there.
Go inside closer to your router.
Where'd he go? Where'd the bug go?
All right,
Bone him.
Steve. Question for you.
Yeah, shoot.
Read it. What's the name of your channel?
Oh, you just look up marine aquarium fish collecting.
Sorry, mate. I had to remove Heath there because his audio was having issues.
I can't put a link on here, but I don't know if you can, Adam. But I don't know if YouTube will take the link.
I can put a link. I can do it down in the description section after the video, mate. So if you want to, or I can get your link from your YouTube channel.
Yeah, well, that's how I would look it up. You'd look up marine aquarium fish collecting, and you'll see most of my videos have a picture of the fish that I've collected. Like it might have been a coral shrimp, it might have a butterfly, it might have an angelfish on the front, and that's what it's for.
Can't believe you don't know the name of your own bloody YouTube channel, Steve.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
I am literally here looking up your YouTube channel.
Okay.
So that I can bring it up for everybody. They can see what they're looking for.
What's up? You seem kind of sluggish today. Things aren't really.
This is not going to plan whatsoever, Steve-O.
100% natural psyllium fiber traps and removes waste to support gut health.
I'm trying to find you a homepage, but I can't
Yeah,
find it.
thanks.
That was his latest video.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just too blurry, isn't it? It's marine
Yeah,
fish
the-
collecting, something or other. Quade,
Yeah.
I had to get a top off and go to the lure. More people are having better success with idols in recent years. Mine all eat pellets from Senior Ding Dong 969. You've been collecting in the past Moorish idols for your friends in Africa. What I want to know is what I want the audience to know is what was the success of those idols? How long did they live in the tanks? Did they do anything different to get them to convert to food? And what was the food they had to eat? I'll be back in a sec. Go.
Oh, it's a lot of guys had different options that they used. I think we had Gary or the bearded Reef the other day on, and a lot of the guys would start off with the fresh mussels, the black mussels, getting them to eat that, and then just slowly but surely also frozen fruit, your frozen brine shrimp, getting them to eat that, and then from there getting to pellets. But also the whole thing was their tanks all had fish that weren't super fast eaters, so that also was a great help to getting that to work. So from that point, they all had success, but the only unsuccessful part was a lot of those idols eventually some of them would turn onto the corals that they had, so some of them got returned. But I just used to go along and collect another idol for them, and then they would have success. So from that, yeah, I've got a few mates that might actually be on the chat. Rian, if he's on, could even give a little idea of what he used to do, because I know I used to collect for him. So yeah, they had a lot of success, and sometimes even with a pair of idols. So yeah, it was all that. But if you have a tank that has a lot of fast-eating fish, the idols don't do so well. So
Steve, have you kept some idols, buddy? You kept idols?
I won't chase after idols. I did years ago, back in the day, when there was a school of idols swimming around. I'd set the fence up, catch them, and we would keep them for a few days, and then I'll send them off somewhere. But to feed them, I remember telling you that we threw frozen peas in there, and they'd eat the frozen peas. And and whatever frozen peas they didn't eat, it didn't matter, because it's biodegradable, and it doesn't do anything to your phosphates or your nitrates. And but they seem to eat it all right, and keep them alive for a few days until we're able to get rid of them. But yeah, I sort of look at them and I think, no, they'll grow too big for my aquarium anyway. They're quite a large fish when they get big, so I don't want to put too many big fish in my tank, because I'll end up getting rid of them.
I've thought about, I only occasionally see idols down in Coffs Harbour. I haven't seen any this year. And when I have seen them, they've always been on the more oceanic kind of headland kind of reef areas. And I have caught one a few years ago. But I thought about, with my macroalgae peninsula tank, no coral, just macroalgae, maybe it would be the ideal environment to have those finicky fish, such as, I know a copper band is not finicky when you know what a copper band wants to eat, Steve, but let's put it in the context of the rest of the world. Copper band, Moorish idol, no competition from angels, no competition from tangs, no competition from butterflies, and just planktivores like cardinals, damsels, that kind of stuff. So there's nothing it's going to be a food competitor. So I thought about doing that for my macroalgae tank, but I haven't found any so far. Heath is waving his head at us now, and I think he's back inside. So what I'm going to do, gentlemen, I'm going to get Heath on, because I want Heath to be able to ask any questions of you guys that he's had to ask. Heath, can you hear us?
There we go.
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Good. The issue outside, Heath, was that your internet service was getting disrupted because of the distance from your router.
Yep, it is absolutely dog poop. So, actually, can you do those questions you did before to about the sharks? I've got a really good shark story. None of you could compare.
Hang on, I got to go back to this. Right. Okay. All right. Here we go. Heath, have you got a good shark story?
Yes, I have. Amazing one.
Go for it, buddy.
Steve, you can't come. All right, so I think it was maybe a year, early last year. What happened? Yes. All right, I was near Wave Break. For those who know where that is, Wave Break Island at the Seaway, right? Not too far, maybe like a couple 100 meters away from Wave Break Island at South Stradbroke. Guess how big of a bull shark I saw in the shallows, having a good old wallow? Have a guess.
Well, because it's impressive, I'm going to say 3 meters.
Wrong. 3.5.
3.5.
It was, I can't even show how big. It was probably about 1.5 meters wide. Like, it was huge. Yeah. Like I saw it from like 300 meters away, like clear as day. Like, it was huge. Like, the eye was like that big, like bloody huge. Like, biggest shark I've ever seen. Like, and Steve, you can't compare.
Oh, stop. Shots fired, Steve-O.
Bull sharks, I can tell you now that the biggest bull shark I've ever seen in the Seaway would be 6 foot. But there are big, I'm not saying they don't grow any bigger than that, but a 10 foot, you're talking about 10 foot. And that's very rare to see a big 10 footer. That's big. that's as big as bull sharks get. You know.
Heath,
And
what
also
Yeah, like
underwater,
it was.
underwater, they're 25% bigger.
what was it doing,
It
buddy?
was
Did it show any
up,
interest in you, or was it just doing its thing?
so it was after the cyclone, like maybe like a week or two after, and those who know, like the cyclone just came through and washed everything away, and like the water was probably like chocolate milk brown, and it was, I think it was like on a like outgoing tide, and it was like eating bait or something. I don't know what it was doing. It was probably chasing mullet, but then guess what I did afterwards? Have a great guess.
No idea.
Chocolate brown water in the Gold Coast.
I went swimming.
You went ski dipping, buddy. I don't know. What the fuck did you do?
He said he
I
went
went
swimming.
swimming. I went snorkeling to go catch some fish.
What, in chocolate milk water?
Chocolate brown water.
Doesn't make sense.
Yep, and you know where Wave Break. You know what, Wave Break Island is one of the best place on the Gold Coast to catch bull sharks. Full stop. And right across from there is a rock wall. You know where that is, Steve. That's actually a really good place to catch hammerhead sharks and tiger sharks, apparently. So probably not my brightest idea, but
no. And let's face it,
we even let the dogs off the boat too.
Not many people are going to be sticking those kind of sharks in their aquarium anyway, mate. You've had plenty of questions for Steve and myself over the last few weeks, months, whatever. Have you been struggling with a certain form of collecting or some sort of technique that you want to ask a question about now to get some advice?
So I've been thinking about this convict tangs, right? So like at Snapper Rocks, if I find you at my spot, you're gone. I'm after you. But if I find anyone in the comments at my spot, I'm gonna be so angry. But at Snapper Rocks, there's for only a couple months of the year, big swells and tides and whatever come in and wash all the sand out of the tide pools, and it exposes this huge rock pool, right? Probably like 2 meters deep, right? And no joke, there's probably about like 500 convict tangs just piled up on top of it. Like all the fish you see are just convict tangs, parrotfish, butterfly fish, like ringtails and blah, blah, blah. And I was thinking, day or night, like I went there the other day with my gill net or whatever, and I couldn't catch, and this isn't, I'm still in Queensland, by the way, so it's totally legal, but I couldn't find, like I couldn't, for the life of me, I couldn't chase a tang into the gill net. So like they just knew it was there and they just turned around. Like, how do you chase them in there?
Are you talking about a cast net, or what are you talking about when you say gill net?
Like on those barrier nets, the fence nets.
Barrier net. Yeah. So what are you trying to catch? You're trying to catch a convict tang, are you?
Any tang. Like
Any tang.
I don't care what tang is, that's an experience, but they just wouldn't go in. Like they just turned around and just did full Yui and just swam for their lives.
Because you're doing it back to front. You're actually doing it back to front. You know that, Heath? You're doing it back to front. A fence net or barrier net is used as a fence, and you work the fish towards that. You don't use that to try and get them into it. You work the fish towards it, and then you've got a scoop net, right? Unless they get caught up and you take them off with your hand, and you use the scoop net to take them off the fence net. When they hit the fence net, well, then you can scoop them off the fence net, if that's what you're using. In a rock pool, it should be pretty easy. Yeah. Because they've got really nowhere to go. So you set the fence net up in a place where you can guide the fish towards it, and once they hit the net, you got to be right on them, and then you can get your convict tang.
What's the material? What's the material?
Skill issue, but
what's the material that you've used for your fence net?
It is monofilament. So the best kind you can use. But it's for bait and stuff though.
Do you want me to give you the easiest way? And I've told you this so many bloody times. The easiest way to catch those convict tangs in a rock pool is to bribe your mother to drive you down there at night time on a low tide, stick a head torch on, and I swear to God, at night time, in terms of surgeon fish, I've only seen 2 surgeon fish that are active at night time, or at least show themselves at night time. Convict tangs are always show themselves at night time, and occasionally a Dasumia's tang will do it. Occasionally a lavender, not very often. I swear to God. And if you do that and you shine your torch on at low tide, they go into this kind of slightly stunned.
Half asleep.
Well, no, like
Stunned
if
mode.
you imagine you're asleep, and I do that to you, like, you know, all of a sudden you're going to go, oh, and then you can pretty well carefully just scoop them up. To be honest with you, I don't want convict tangs now. But if I want to go and collect convict tangs, I would not chase them around with nets. I'd go down there a rock pool at low tide at night time and just scoop them up with a head torch.
Well, that would make sense because around this time last year, probably like May 1st, I actually did catch a convict tang, only one, and it was like completely see-through, like that big. Yeah. And I caught it like just going through, scooping through schools of fish, and I found it. And it was at like nighttime too, so maybe you were right. So maybe I should go there.
There's 3 of us that will agree with Adam here. I would also say if you're going to go for a convict, go at nighttime.
Dude, I know I'm right. But one thing I'm going to say to you, mate, and I'm going to say this to everybody out there, and I think Quade and Steve know this as well. Convict tangs appear on our coastline in big numbers. Big numbers. Like I would jump into my local concrete square ocean baths, and there was crap loads in there. But when they appear,
that makes it even easier.
But when they appear in big numbers, they're often tiny. Sometimes you'll see them like you're seeing now, where they're kind of like just come out of the plankton and they're semi-transparent. And I swear to God, you will get excited to the point where you think to yourself, like I did, I'm going to collect a whole big group of 10 of them and they're going to school in my tank. And you want lots of little ones. Quade's shaking his head because he knows that they're all going to bloody die. So
I didn't die.
Well, you'll collect 5 little ones and 1 will survive.
And the reason for that is?
They kill each other.
No.
That's the one reason, and also the other reason you don't have enough algae in the tank to feed them all.
I don't know if that's the truth. You know, I had one juvenile convict tang that was below 5 centimeters in length, and I put it in my 12-foot by 4-foot by 2-foot high estuary aquarium. It had driftwood in there, biofilms everywhere, and it lived for a long time. I'll say it lived for 18 months. It never ate prepared foods. It never took flake. It never took pellet, and it eventually died. Every single time, if you hold yourself back, Heath, and you only collect ones that are at least 4 to 5 centimeters, you have to hold yourself back, because I'm going to tell you now, you feel pretty shitty after a while when you've killed that many juveniles.
Yeah.
You pull yourself back, and you only take those big ones. You'll have some success and some fun.
I agree with you there, Adam. Especially, I misunderstood you. If you catch the small ones, a whole lot of them, you're lucky if one survives. You're lucky. Yep. If you get the ones that are a little bit bigger, that they're actually showing their lines and almost getting the green tinge to them, they do better. But even though I remember catching 3 for Tammy's tank, and they were fantastic together. And then one day, something flips in their heads, and the 2 got annihilated by the 1. And we ended up with 1.
Yeah.
And the only reason why we can think that happened, there wasn't enough algae left for them to be happy. So the 1 just became territorial and then went and killed the other 2. But they were eating frozen foods. But if you get them and they're just almost translucent, like they haven't really got that, I wouldn't even try it. It's the same as your butterflies. Don't get your butterflies that are smaller than your thumbnail. There's smaller things done now. Don't even try. They're not going to
No.
eat.
No. And one thing you got to keep in mind me is when you're underwater, everything looks freaking bigger than what it actually is. You got to really gauge the size and think, oh shit, that's a 10 centimeter long lipstick tank. Well, no, it's not. It's only 5 centimeters long. You got to really pull yourself back a bit. But like convict tanks, I rate convict tanks.
The thing is that would probably
go.
The thing that probably also stops me from getting a 2 centimeter convict tank is that, have you seen the fish in my tank? Do you know what they would do to a 2 centimeter convict tank? You don't want to know. Like my lunar wrasse, do you know what he loves to eat? Do you know I sometimes throw some of these in there just because I can. Baby gobies. He just goes nuts for them. Like he can not get enough of them. And I've got a grouper, so that's more the merrier reasons to stop me. Like my grouper will smash anything. He even eats like whole prawns. I don't even know how. He shoves them down his throat.
I'm glad that you're recognizing the fact that certain fish that you can collect might not be suitable for your aquarium, and that therefore maybe you should not try and collect them because there's no point. We don't want amateur fish collecting to get a bad name by bringing fish home that aren't going to be suitable for our aquarium. So I'm glad that you're recognizing that.
Yeah, even that Stars and Stripes puffer. I'm like, I've heard of success stories with like puffers like that. I was like, oh, I'm just going to take a roll of the dice. They look cool. I'm just going to keep one. But turns out not. I might just see if like a fish store wants it. They want it. So I was willing to take the chance, but pretty stupid of me. What start my own tank? Just throw them in.
What I think you should do, mate, is really have a think about what you're trying to achieve with your own aquarium, what you want your aquarium to look like, and how you want to run. And then have a think about the fish that you're seeing when you're snorkeling, and then adapt. Really think about what fish you want to target to go in there, because there's no point bringing a fish home that's going to get stressed, like Steve's saying. It's going to be completely out of its habitat. It's going to be out of the environment, and then it's bumming around in your sump with no light, no good filtration, and it eventually dies. And that just brings a bad rap to our side of the hobby, I guess I'd say.
Yeah.
So it is.
You don't want to do that to fish too.
Absolutely. So
it's just super mean.
And that's like the hard part.
Shoving a song.
Mate, if you're bringing fish home that you can't accommodate, and the law says that you can't release it once it's been in an aquarium because of potential for disease from overseas fish or whatever, you got yourself in a sticky situation where you might have a fish's life in your own hands, and it's not why we're doing it, basically. Yeah.
You might just end up in a situation like Adam that has to have a whole warehouse of fish tanks.
Well, that's the reason I did it. The reason why I built these big tanks is because I started off by snorkeling, and I'd see fish swimming naturally in the environment the way they swim, and I realized that putting it into a 3-foot tank or a 4-foot tank or a 6-foot tank doesn't replicate what I'm seeing. I mean, a 12-foot tank doesn't replicate what I'm seeing, but it doesn't give you what you're seeing when you're underwater. So that's why I started to try and build these bigger tanks. Because I've seen my trigger fish, my wedge-tailed trigger, will go from one end of my 12-foot to the other end in a matter of seconds. Bang! And it's like, you just can't, in a smaller tank, you just can't appreciate that. So that's the only reason why I do it.
But then I think Steve can also answer to this here of, if you're going to collect fishes, this is what you want to do to make your hobby in having a marine fish tank, aquarium, even freshwater, whichever way it is. You need to do the research on the fish you want.
Yep.
If you go diving and you see a lot of convict surgeons and things like that, do the research and go, okay, that is, my tank has got LPSs, whatever this and this and this. That's the fish I must get. To go along and just catch a fish because you see it and then kind of, sorry to say this, he's roll the dice and take a gamble, is going to end up actually destroying the enjoyment of the hobby at the end of the day. Because you're actually going to start feeling like you're not successful. and then you're going to chuck it in, and it's not fair on the fish, and it's also not fair on the hobby.
Yeah. But in saying that,
Yeah.
for Heath, if he's trying to get his hours up by snorkeling and holding his breath and all that sort of stuff, there's nothing wrong, mate, in catching yourself a puffer fish or a file fish, a leather jacket, like those fan belly ones that you see up in the Southport. Great pets, by the way. But there's nothing wrong with catching those fish and then just letting them out of your net and let them go.
100%.
Just let them go. Because what you've learned by the act of stalking those fish and you're figuring out the way they move and whatnot, that will translate to a different type of fish to a degree as you go up the difficulty ranks of butterfly fish and surgeon fish and clown tanks and all that sort of stuff later on.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. But it's also, then that's what you do it. You catch it, cool. You've done the research. That fish is not going to survive in my tank, or it's going to eat my corals, or I actually don't have the time to be able to get that kind of fish to eat. Cool, I've caught it. I've learned my lesson. Release it.
Yeah.
You know what's a good thing I did though? This I was fishing with my mates, right? We're just like at this crappy little creek, right? And there's like garbage galore. Like I didn't think I was fishing there before I went there, but it's like full of garbage. An absolute horrible place for bass, Australian bass to live in. So like I just went over like fishing with my mates, right? I caught this Australian bass, right? Little one, good size, fits my tank. And anyway, a couple, like maybe a month or two later, went back. I can't oppose this to any reason why this happened, but fire and poison, I don't know if that did that, but all the bass dead. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, overnight, like, all the bass just died. Like, I saw, like, huge ones, like, so many there just, like, dead. It's floating at the surface. It was so sad. And I'm glad, like, I took that bass out there and saved it so it didn't have to die.
Was this saltwater or freshwater, Heath?
Freshwater. It's Australian bass.
Yeah, but bass do go down to they do eventually make their way closer to salty waters. Was it summertime or fresh?
No, but it didn't have any access.
Right. Yeah, okay.
There's no access. That's super sad. But it's good I got it.
Might have been some pollution or runoff or pesticides. I've got plenty of blueberry farms around here doing all sorts of crap. I don't know. But gentlemen, now it's time for... So this is a time, Steve loves it, don't you, buddy, hey? This is a time
Adam,
where we get to give some... What?
Adam, I can't hear you. I'm only pulling your leg, mate. Don't worry. Carry on.
Right, just for you. This is an opportunity for you guys to give some recognition to someone, something, or whatever the hell you want in the marine or freshwater aquarium hobby. Steve, would you like to take the opportunity to shout out something, somewhere that you found beneficial for you?
Beneficial?
Yeah.
Well, beneficial to me in salt water. You're talking about, apart from my diving, you're talking about something else.
Anything in the fish keeping hobby. Anything.
Well, what's beneficial to me is having a great bunch of people working over Gallery Aquatica. They help me out. They give me a lot of good advice. They help me out a great deal in a lot of ways. And of course, I try to help them out in a lot of ways too. Like when they have their parties, sausage chisel, stuff like that. Whatever I can do for them, and because they help me out so much. So. And I guess I'm not the only one. They have people. They help everybody. They're just a great bunch of people, and it's great to go over there and chat, talk, and have a look at what they've got. Especially the new shop, it's coming along great. So that's beneficial to me to know that I can 20 minutes drive from here, and I can get the food I want, the chat that I want, information, because they're always full of information. We're always learning in this hobby. So that's about it.
That's good. I agree completely. Quade, shout out, buddy. Go for it.
I have two, if I'm allowed to. Yay. No, I would say two. One will be my dad, my late dad. He pretty much, when I was like 8, he gave me a choice of having a scale electric or a fish tank, and for some reason I chose a fish tank because he kept fresh water. But I said to him I want saltwater, and he was able to say yes, and that got me into the hobby. So my dad and that, and then not kissing ass or anything like that, but you. Shout out to you, Adam, because I started watching you 3 years ago in South Africa. And if someone had told me 2 years ago that I'll be on a live stream with a bald-headed guy talking about collecting fish, I would never have believed it. So, yeah, shout out to you as well, because you are doing something that everyone enjoys, and you are trying to. I still think you have the old school thoughts in the hobby, of how things should be done, which is still cool to see. So those will be my two shout outs.
Appreciate it, mate. And Heath?
All right, I've got a few shout outs. First is to Steve for helping me out with the fish collecting scene, and you, Adam, for being brutally honest. And one more is
That's rare.
You do realize he's going to have such a big head now after this.
We're not supposed to massage each other's egos here. Fucking hell, Steve's ego is big enough as it is.
I'll make it even bigger.
All right, Heath, go for it, buddy. Go.
The Coral Shop. Like, not to name other stores to put like them bad reputation, but I've just had stores that like I bought this light off eBay. It's called a pop bloom light, right? It'll grow coral, grows SPS, all that. And stores that I've been to a couple stores and I said, "Oh, I got this light. It's pretty cool. Good budget option if you want to tell anyone about it." I'm like, no, that's a shit light. I hate that light. Even though I've never used it, I hate that light. Buy this Red Sea light. Like, and the thing about these Red Sea products, not to put Red Sea down, but their tanks, they explode after a couple years. Like, I've had people own them explode. And the store that I have to give a shout out to is the Coral Shop. And the Coral Shop, they won't bullshit you. They will give you a straight, honest answer. Like, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that light's fine." Like, and not say, "Oh, it's a shit light." Or they'll, or stores, to shout out to Aquamarine Aquaristic down in Victoria, that talked to me on a public holiday, even though I shouldn't have been texting them. But like, I hate stores that don't treat their fish for because I hate when people put the having to treat their fish with copper and all that into your hands. It shouldn't be like that. It's like buying a new car and saying, "Oh, here's this car. It might blow up in 5 minutes, or it will last the rest of your life, last 30 years." And it's not good to take that gamble. So I like stores that will treat flukes, treat everything, even though the fish might not have it. It's good to still the store to still treat it and sell you a healthy fish that is already treated. And the Coral Shop even recommends to quarantine them yourself just to make sure. But they treat their fish with copper, even though I don't know the long-term effects of it, but it's just good to have a fish that you can have a guarantee on, almost guarantee that they won't die after you put them in your tank. Or I've had fish before, before I knew about how bad flukes and velvet and all that it could be. I've bought fish, just threw them in my tank, and all it takes is one fish, that's all it takes. And I've had, even for a 14-year-old like me, thousands go down the drain, and that's just not what I want to do. But the Coral Shop, they've sold me so many fish that have lasted years now, are still alive, still kicking, still eating, And even like blue tangs and stuff, people say, oh, blue tangs aren't good if you don't get a good one. But this blue tang, bulletproof. Like,
Yeah. That's great, mate. It's
best,
good that
best
you,
tang.
I think that's the take-home message. If you've got a good relationship like Steve's got with Gallery Aquatica, you got with Coral Shop, Quade's yet to have a good relationship because he's only been here very soon. Is there a shop, Quade, up in Gladstone or Bundy, or will Monsoon deal with retail?
No, they don't deal with
Live
retail
fish?
at all. So yeah,
So-
there's not many. There's Bundaberg. There's a place, but I don't lucky enough to remember their name, so I can't give them. I
Live
walked in. I
fish?
wasn't
Is it live
impressed.
fish?
I don't know.
Well, that's
But I walked
online.
in. I
So,
wasn't very impressed. And then Pet World in Gladstone is starting to do marines, but I don't think
That's
they
good.
have the knowledge as much as what they need right now. But
yeah.
that's
So you're going to have to collect all your own fish and buy all your coral online, basically.
But that's
Well,
not
yeah,
everything.
like
I mean,
best-
what about
Great Barrier
the
Reef.
food and the products? You know, the pumps and the heaters and spare tubes and lights, and I mean that's pretty bad for him to not have anything up there.
I'm
And
lucky
so
enough. When I
the
came from South Africa, I brought all my gear over. So all my lights, my UV sterilizer, my wave makers. Yeah, that used to be my 2-meter fish tank. All that, my wave makers, all that I brought, my chiller, UV, all that skimmer is all here already. So when
That's
one
good, mate.
fails,
That's
I'm
great.
gonna have a bit of an issue. But like he said, he mentioned pop bloom or whatever, however anyone wants to say that. So if they work for you, they work for you. I'm running what they call mick moles, which I don't think Australia have ever seen them here.
No.
And when I got them, I had the same story. I had so many people going, "Oh, you are wasting your money, this and that," and like that was my tank. It spoke volumes. And I said, "Oh, I'm not after name brands. Name brands is not always the thing that's going to give you success. And that's the thing about this hobby. Everyone thinks if you buy a certain name brand, you're going to have success. It's not that. You need to have dedication and patience and do the right things for it to be successul. Simple as that.
And
Well,
personal experience.
regards to that pop bloom light, Gary, my mate down Nambucca, is on already. He started off with a Radion XR15, and he had some very old pop blooms each side. He moved the old pop blooms down to his fish only style downstairs. Now what he's got in his 6-foot tank, he's got the same XR15 Radion, and then he's got a pop bloom, the newer version next to it, and then on the far right and the far left, he's got those A8 Radion knockoffs. Now, it's all distributed as even as you can be. So I know there are some lights that are bigger than the others, Heath, but the coral that's underneath, there's a green Dallas Acropora underneath his XR15, about 15 to 20 centimeters below it. And it's it's fine, it's healthy, it's perfect, and it's grown a bit. But he's got some green Dallas Acropora underneath the pop blooms that are next to it that are going off. Tipping out, branching, they're encrusting everywhere over the rocks. He's got fantastic Acropora success. And that's underneath those pop blooms that those retail stores were poo-pooing, mate. So if you've got a good retail store that's supportive of you without being blinded by brand, then I'd say stick with them, buddy. My shout
question real quick.
Oh, you need to do a shout.
I got to do a shout out because I was sent these.
Artemia. I like fish food.
So I got an email from a young bloke, Nate, who's up in Queensland. He's 28 years of age. And what he's doing is he was unhappy with the standard of brine shrimp eggs that was coming into Australia. And he's wanting to basically bring his own brine shrimp eggs in that he's happy with, the hatch rate, that is, the quality. And he wants to brand them up under Nate Aquatics and start to get those happening for Australian aquarists, obviously freshwater and the saltwater. Obviously, they use a lot in freshwater. And he reached out and said, can I send you these down? As you can see, I haven't opened the packet yet, but it just so happened that I had found the week before a couple of packs of brine shrimp eggs in my box that I'd forgotten about and tried to hatch them out to feed my cardinal fish and my dart fish, my saltwater fish. And they didn't hatch. They were just too old. Or I don't know what was going on. So when I get back from Indo, my plan is to hatch these bad boys out. And I'm very novice when it comes to brine shrimp. Never done it. Never. So for Nate, if he's out there now, and I'll probably be sticking a bit of video up on how I'm hatching these brine shrimp eggs out and feeding those saltwater smaller fish. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. So that's, at the time being, I've got nothing to say in regards to how I feel about it. But Nate, thanks for sending him down, and I shall show the world my results very soon. So that is, I'm supposed to have this so organised by now, aren't I, Steve? That is, it's like,
yeah.
it should be like
The brine shrimp, just on the subject of brine shrimp, I'm pretty good at hatching them. I'm pretty good at hatching them. I've hatched them out. I got two ways of hatching them. I've got like a flying saucer thing, and they hatch out within 1 day, and you get them out with a little, I don't know, it's like a little spoon, because they all go to the light in the middle. And there's another way of doing it where I've made up an empty Coke bottle. Yeah. I put them in that with a light above it with a bubbler, and they hatch out at the same time.
Yeah,
excellent food. Excellent food.
Yeah. That's the way I was going to do it. And the other thing I was going to do was maybe hatch them out and just see if they will be the right. Well, they will be the right size, but just see if the brine shrimp would go down to the substrate in my twin spot goby aquariums that I've just set up, because those gobies only sift from the sand. And I thought if they go down and sit, rest on the substrate, they might get sifted. I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to spin around in the water and swim around all the rest. But anyway, it's worth a try. So, Quade, that's this week's shout out. Yeah. Love it. Now, gentlemen, is there any? I've got a few other bits of equipment that I think Heath and anybody else out there should be utilising if they're going to go collecting. Where is it?
You know, it's my birthday soon, so maybe you should send me over something.
Mate, do you think I'm a rich boy? I'm a flower grower. Do you think I'm actually rich or something, do you? Heath.
Oh, do you know my brother actually works at the nursery in what is it? I think it's Merrimack or something. Do you know where that is?
Merrimack.
Probably not, but
no.
shout out.
There you go. Shout out. Heath, are you wearing a weight belt when you go collecting?
No, because I don't want to drown.
Well, you won't drown because Steve is going to explain the basis behind wearing a weight belt with or without a wetsuit and being able to match the amount of
I have
lead.
a weight belt.
You have one. Right. Steve and Quade, can you please, whilst I go and get another whiskey, can you please go and fill Heath in as to balancing the amount of lead to his body weight and his buoyancy?
I'll let you go on that one, Steve.
Oh, thanks, mate. Thanks. Okay. With buoyancy.
Go on, Steve.
What you got to do is you get the lead right. If you're wearing a wetsuit, top, bottom, both, whatever, you just got to have the lead right. So when you're floating in the water, when you breathe out, you start to sink. When you breathe in, you start to surface. So that's what neutral buoyancy is. So basically, and snorkeling, when you're going down, like you take a breath, you breathe up, and then you only have to kick once or twice to get down to the bottom, because if you keep kicking, you use your energy. You won't hold your breath very long. You use your energy to get to the surface, okay? And then another way of doing it properly is before you get to the surface, while you're snorkeling, you have the snorkel out of your mouth. You don't have it in your mouth. You have it out of your mouth. So when you get to the surface, you haven't got a mouthful of water.
Why is that?
We haven't got a mouthful of water. So when you come up,
No,
you take a breath of air instead of going and trying to blow it out. You haven't got it in your mouth. You look at any professional spear fisherman; they never have their snorkels in their mouth because they want a mouthful of water. Then you watch videos, YouTube videos on spearfish, and you'll see how they do it, how they free dive, and how they do it. All their energy is coming back up. Going down, it's a couple of kicks. But your weight belt should be, I don't know how much you weigh, but you shouldn't use too much weight when you've got just no wetsuit. When you've got a wetsuit on, you've got to compensate for that. So that's it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Some people might have
I never use a wetsuit.
10 kilos. Some people like, what do you got there, Adam? It looks like you got 2 6s. Is that 2 6s?
yeah.
Yeah. So he's using 12 kilo.
The only reason I started putting 2 on is because the water's gotten a little bit cooler down here, and I put my full wetty on, which was a bit hot, I must admit. But wetsuits give you buoyancy. You're not going to get down and stay down and be able to play with those fish if you can't use some weight to counteract the buoyancy from the wetsuit. When I was during summertime and I didn't have my wetsuit, I was taking one of these off and I just wear one, which is not ideal. I'll explain in a sec. One on the back of on the small of my back, just with board shorts, and that was fine just to keep me down. It does vary with different people because if you're got big bones or everyone's different with how much that they some people can float in a pool and some people can't. They sink. Let's face it. But for me, I'm about to go overseas. This is really bad to have one of these in the middle of your back without a wetsuit because it makes you feel really shitty in your back. Ideally, what I want to do is split this and get 2 smaller ones and have one on each hip. And I'm going to take that probably across to Indo.
You'll probably get lead poisoning before you ever get to use it.
But in all honesty,
You'll probably get lead poisoning before you ever use it.
So for you guys out there that are using snorkeling or diving, let's face it, but snorkeling, trying to collect fish, and you want to go down, mate, even 1.5 meters where you have to lie down and try and play with a rock because there's a butterfly fish under it, whatever. You can't do it without some weight. You just find yourself lifting up and you end up kicking and you end up losing breath and it's a shit show. So that's I can see Quade nodding there. Even in a rock pool, Quade, over in Africa. Like,
if I was in a rock pool, I wouldn't have a weight belt because I was diving in literally 500 at the max depth of water.
oh, okay. All right. Okay.
And the reason is I used to walk close to 1.5 kilometers to 2 km to the diving areas. So to carry a weight belt plus all the equipment and all that, it was just a slip.
Yeah.
But if I was diving on North Pier or whatever, I would have a weight belt.
Yeah.
But then same thing, to save my energy, even in a rock pool, I would wedge myself underneath like a ledge. So now the ledge has been, in theory, has become a weight belt kind of thing. But that still saves energy. So
that's a good point. That's a good point. Gentlemen, are there any other ways? I've got another way to collect your own fish. But have you guys got any other ways that you can think of? We've gone through netting, we've gone through barrier nets, we've gone through traps. We've touched on rock pools at night
In the
time.
ocean.
Any other ways of collecting your own fish that you guys come across?
You can catch some.
Drain the ocean.
Hang on, one at a time, gentlemen. One at a time.
Okay, let Heath go first.
In the ocean. What do you mean by that, mate?
Drain the ocean.
Drain the ocean.
Suck it all out. Drink all the water.
That'll
God.
Drink it
do it.
all.
This is the kind of
Makes it a lot
conversation
easier.
I have when you drink it too much. Quite. Any other ideas, mate?
Oh, you can catch some antheas in your hands, but I'm just pulling the crap out of you again. No, there's other ways. Like I know you're going to probably mention catching with a rod and reel and that. The one thing that I think Steve mentioned earlier says, how did I used to chase the fish? And I basically had what I would call a chasing stick, or I think you named it, Adam, to me, a tickling stick. And that basically, so that would just chase the fish out of the hole or whatever.
Okay.
But what I would use is like that fencing rod, metal, whatever, steel that you use for your nets. I would actually end up going to a fishing shop and basically buying something like that and putting that at the end of it. And then basically using that as to a fish, this looks like something dangerous, maybe even an octopus or something that would basically chase them and coerce them to the net that you've now got in a crevice or underneath a rock or whatever the case may be. So that's something else that I would use. But that just comes with experience of different fish, you know? So
Yeah.
and then going at nighttime, and nighttime's another option. But I don't know what the legal realms on that is. If you are allowed collecting at nighttime, I don't know.
You are. There's been a few times. I think, Steve, I spoke to you a little while ago about I was considering getting a couple of, this is not a waterproof torch, but I was considering getting a couple of waterproof torches and going in my local marina to go and check out what butterfly fish and things were sleeping underneath the crevices at night time. And I was worried about maybe, the extra threat that might come from sharkies and that kind of stuff. You've been in the Seaway night
You're
time,
asking
haven't
to get eaten.
Hey?
The Seaway. Yeah, I
At
used to
night?
dive the Seaway all the time of the night. That was
Yeah.
a long time ago, and catch the fish while they were asleep. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was good fun. And there was lots of things that come out of the night you
Just
never
grab
see
them.
during the day, which was interesting. But yeah, we used to get 40 or 50 butterflies out of there a night, and they're just sleeping. And
Wow.
yeah, it was cheating really. That was a long time ago, man. That was before the
You just
steps
grab
went
them.
in, and hey, grab them. No, we
Can you
use
just grab
nets.
them? Just like a.
No, we
Yeah.
just use net.
Yeah. But I mean, I find when I'm going ahead.
Have you seen the videos of people like?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh no, it's fine. You go ahead.
You're about to talk about the Hawaiian guy.
Have you seen those? Yeah, have you seen he just grabs an Achilles tendon? I'm like, I wish I was you.
Yeah.
Like, I wish I could just grab an Achilles tendon.
I don't
the
know,
road.
Steve. I don't know, Steve and Quade, if you've seen this, but there's some footage. There's some footage from a Hawaii, some sort of numbers that's catching fish from rock pools in Hawaii, and he's like, he does a fancy flip thing with his net, and he goes in at the start of the footage and he brings up a giant Nassau tang, then there's a big giant Achilles tang, and then there's this and there's that, and I don't know, it could be legit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
but I
very
think it is.
be in a rock pool.
Well, they do
Well, you-
get lots of
Yeah,
coloured
pretty
tropical
shallow.
fish in the rock pools of Hawaii, that's for sure. But I commented on one of those videos on the way
Yeah.
that idiot was handling the fish. I thought he was a dickhead because he was handling the fish in such a way where the way he was throwing them back, some of them were hitting the rocks.
Yeah.
And you think, my God. But I don't believe everything I see
Disrespect.
on Facebook. But just what Quade was saying before about how you use something to scare them with, like that little lure. I use my hand as a book. If I've got to put my hand behind a rock or under a rock or between two rocks, I always use my hand. You'll see it in my videos where I mostly use my hand to scare the fish, but slowly, not real quick, but just sort of wiggle my hand through and wiggle my fingers. It's very simple to what you were doing. But, yeah, that's what I like to do. So it's just too much to carry. Like when you've got a little tickler like that, where are you going to put it in your pocket? Or, I just use my fingers.
Mine used to attach to my weight belt if I had my weight belt.
Yeah.
But I used to basically, with my net, I used to sit, if I had a long sleeve shirt, I used to sit inside here.
Yeah,
So that's what I would do. The reason why I wouldn't use the hands, the area that I would be in had a lot of eels. And it is not the most comfortable thing to put your finger underneath and all of a sudden get. If I had a long sleeve shirt, I would sit inside here.
Yeah.
Hang on, Quade, I'm just getting a bit of feedback from you, buddy. I'm just going to remove you and put you back in a sec, mate.
Is there any questions? Is there people asking questions out there?
Oh,
Yes.
where's Praddy?
All right.
So-
The
Where's
other thing
Praddy?
is,
I want to see Praddy.
when it
And
comes
this
to
is kind of
poking,
like the Brady Bunch. I've got Heath under me, and I've got, you know, it's just like the Brady Bunch, isn't it? We've sort of got all these people everywhere.
when it comes to
Funny.
poker sticks, I
I
do
don't know what you're
that.
talking about.
So that I clip on a carabiner that goes onto there, and so the whole thing can sink down, or I can just shove that down through my weight belt. And I did jiggy up one of those tickler sticks that Quade's got, and I just put a little loop on the end, so I can also
Tickler
put it on the carabiner onto there as well. This is not my one. My one's in the shed. Just quickly before
Actually-
questions. Hang on a sec.
Could I just go real quick? I'll go get my nets. I'll show you the nets I have. I use. I'll be back.
You go and do
Just
that.
1 second.
All right. Not questions at this stage, Steve, but more comments. Oh, here's a question from Praddy87. Here you go, Steve, because this is up your alley from this week. Bingo. I've got a question for you guys. Considering that you collect fish, do you still purchase fish at your local fish store, Steve?
Well, it's been many, many years, but I did buy 2 fish off Gallery Aquatica not so long ago. But that's mainly because I got some anemones. Well, I caught some anemones, not that they're hard to catch, and they're growing very quickly. So I needed something to host them. So I just happened to see a fresh shipment that they got from Cairns Marine wild caught clownfish. So perfect. And so they're doing the job. They're hosting the anemones. They're looking after the anemones. The best thing to look after anemones, and that's wild caught clownfish. So, and it's been many, many years. Personally, I prefer not to buy fish. I prefer to buy coral, but not fish. That's just the way I am. But I'm not saying that Gallery Aquatica have got sick fish. I'm just saying that just I prefer to catch my fish, the ones I want. That's the only 2 fish I bought in a long, long time. But I trust them. I trust them to have
I
healthy
was
fish.
exactly the same. I would hardly, and if I bought a fish, it was a fish that I knew I couldn't catch in my region.
Yeah.
So before the yellow tangs went out of total stupidity with prices and that's what I would buy, because there were no chances of me catching a yellow tang. So that's I would buy that. But even if it was a fish I could get locally, I wouldn't buy, because for me, collecting the fish, 1, that's the thing why I enjoyed the hobby, and 2, I know how I've caught that fish.
Yeah.
I know
Yes.
there's no cyanide, there's no that. I'm not saying all fish shops do it, but I now know. I know how that fish was caught. I know the stress I put it under, and for me, that was a better result. So, only fish I would ever buy is a fish I can't get in the region. So that's it.
And that's Praddy, that's pretty much the same with me, mate. That if I well, I'm pretty selective with the fish I want to catch now, because I've got a thing for butterflies predominantly. And so, for example, I know the species, like Quade's saying, I know the species of butterflies I can collect locally. I know there are some species that just are out of my reach, such as the rainfords. Steve, you see those up there? They're those yellow with the big round yellow ones with the dusky bars that go out in Moreton Bay. But also going further north, there's the lattice ones. I've got to have some, even a copper band butterfly we don't see very often down here. So just like you, Quade, the only time I'm going to buy a fish that I can't collect locally. Heath, considering that
I got you something to show you.
Hang on, mate. Considering that you collect fish, do you still purchase fish at your local fish store?
Of course. Like, you cannot get a harlequin tuskfish here. Well, they're rare, but you just can't get them.
What? Yes,
Well,
you can.
You can if
Well,
you
you
go
can't-
up more way.
Can't get a flagtail grouper, can you?
I wouldn't go near them.
Oh,
They're not my type of fish. But
you
it's
you
not
might.
saying you don't see them. But
Hey.
a harlequin tusker, yeah, they're around.
Heath, I was
Oh, Adam.
no, mate, hang on the groper situation. I was down at my local
Yeah.
marina, the Coffs Harbour Marina, right? There's just yachts and boats and oysters and shit floating around, right? And I was down there in the afternoon. I was looking down to a certain spot where there's usually some wobbegongs and some butterflies. This is late afternoon, about 4:30, 5 o'clock. You know, it's getting a bit darker these days. I looked down there, and what did I see? What the fuck is that fish down there? It looks kind of a bit bluish. Looks
Flagtail
kind of,
grouper.
no, looked kind of a bit reddish.
No.
Oh, it's about 30 centimeters long. Oh, it's got some spots on it. It was a miniata groper, a coral rock cod. Now,
Actual.
I'm talking now. They're not rare, right? They're not rare. They're not uncommon. Quade's going to catch a bazillion up there when he goes fishing.
$250, right?
But amongst oysters and yachts under a boardwalk in Coffs Harbour, it's something out there to see. So the point is, you will find flagtail gropers occasionally up your way, and you will find.
I know you can.
You won't find harlequin tuskfish where you're going, but maybe where Steve goes further out, you might. But you never know what you're going to find. Quade, what are you going to say, buddy?
You had a fish that we spoke about that you're going to tell us about and all that. Some special fish that you were told about. And you said you were going to let us know.
Conspiracy.
Oh, I was. This fish friggin' amazing.
It's bigger in my head. That's why I was like, hold on, before I forget.
Must be the ginger in you. All right, I'm just going to check any other questions here to make sure.
Rich.
Oh, here we go. Tan's Aquariums. There you go, Steve.
No.
What?
Oh, freaking hell, Steve. Read the question.
I
Hang
can't. It's too small. Bring it up again.
Do any of you use shark deterrents?
I think his
while
eyes are
diving?
gone.
Or could I wear a fluoro pink wetsuit so
No.
I don't look like a seal? Oh, hang on a minute, Quade. Who's that?
Who's saying that?
I don't
If you're a
know.
fat middle-aged man, you look like a seal anyway.
Tanzer Aquariums or something. Does that say Tanzer Aquariums?
Just read the question. Do you wear a shark deterrent, Steve?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear a shark guard. It's a device that fits around my leg, and it works.
I think is that shark
And pink.
pants? Shark
A
pants
pink
with the-
fluoro, a pink wetsuit, mate. No thanks. I wouldn't wear a pink wetsuit. That's it's very gay, isn't it?
Mate, you
Or
should have seen-
LBQJWYZ, whatever it is.
You should have seen the bloody.
For people in
the-
those comments, gaming happy.
But
happy.
Not gay,
look,
happy.
Thank
I
you.
just think that if you're going into the water where sharks live, and especially sometimes I collect in water that's not very clean sometimes, I could have a meter of viz. I'm not scared of sharks, but I would like to know that I don't really want to get bitten because, you could bleed out before you can get to shore, or get a nasty scar for the rest of your life, or
Very
it's
cool.
going to hurt like shit. So I prefer to avoid that. So I spent $130 and I wear a shark band thing around my ankle,
That's
and
worth your leg.
it works well. I've had one. Well, I felt a swirl next to me once when I was in the seaway. The water was about a meter visibility, and I turned to see what the hell it was, and I just saw the tail of a shark disappearing into the muck. So I thought, okay, it works. So in dirty water, the bull sharks do come up closer.
Is that the
so,
case, Steve? Or did it see you and go, "Fuck no, that's not worth eating"?
No, probably that too. I'm pretty ugly, so and I probably taste like shit. So, but it does work. It's been proven to work, and I wish more people wore them, especially in WA and South Australia, where a lot of people have been being bit. Because I think if more people wore them, there'd be less people getting bit. So, that's just me.
Do you wear any shark deterrent, Quade, or
Adam.
did you in the past over in Africa? Hang on, Heath.
No, nothing at all. And the hobby already cost me an arm and a leg, so I was taking a real good chance on it. But yeah, I never wore anything.
All right, Heath, what do you got to say, buddy?
Adam.
Yes.
I mean, no offense, Adam. Don't take great offenses, but if you look like Adam, you're gonna look like a seal in the water anyway. So may as well not even bother.
I never said that, eh? I didn't tell him to say that just before I get blamed.
If you're a middle-aged
All right.
man, you're gonna look like a seal in the water, especially. Oh, one more thing. Adam, I'm drinking my apple juice green label tonight.
Nice,
Apple
buddy.
juice green label.
Good. That's the green label.
Don't drink it too
Only OGs
fast.
would know.
It's the hard stuff. It's the hard stuff. Not that wimpy red label stuff. You got to go the
Don't
green.
forget, you got to get up for school tomorrow. Don't drink it too much.
It's a public
Yeah.
holiday. Also,
I have to get up
Queensland.
at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Now,
Get up at 6
okay,
a.m. tomorrow swimming.
So I think there's one last thing I've got to say is we've covered nets, we've covered traps, we've covered barrier nets, but the other way of catching fish is this bottom stuff. So there are certain I
Got it right here.
There you
What's
go.
that?
Fishing hooks, buddy. Fishing
Handrail.
hooks.
Oh, that's
So-
stress
It's a way.
material, man.
Way of the future.
No. So hear me out. For certain types of fish, obviously got to be predatory fish. So I'm talking about wrasse, I'm talking about gropers, eels. I've tried to do them with surgeonfish, but it was a waste of time. I choose I don't know if you guys can see that freshwater series. So these are fly fishing hooks ranging between a size 14 up to a size 20. And I squash the barbs. And Steve, you think that these are stressful?
Too big.
They are
But
stressful.
No.
Very
You know
stressful. Well,
No.
hang on a minute. Do you think fish don't feel pain when you stick a hook through their mouth? So
I
that's
do.
stressful, mate. It's
No,
I do.
stressful.
I do.
So I rest my case.
But I also have witnessed
Rest your
fish.
case.
I also witnessed fish that have been caught on this and had been feeding in my aquarium that afternoon.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I
But what
agree.
kind of fish?
So
I'm just
Oh my
saying
God.
it still stresses the fish. They go through pain when you catch
Adam,
when you stick a hook in their mouth. You know, that's it.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. However,
Your hooks are
I
too
also-
big, mate.
I also don't doubt that fish
big.
feel stress in the process of being netted as well. And so
They do.
they do, yeah. So we can't say that one stress is any different to another stress.
And
I-
netting a fish is not painful. It's not painful. It's stressful, but it's not painful.
I
Adam
100%
beef. You got
I
beef with Adam.
I 100% agree that fish feel pain, and quite
Yeah.
honestly, I get the irks when I see people flicking fish up onto the boat ramp and they're flicking around, they're in the sun, all the rest of it, carrying on like a pork chop.
I agree with you, mate. I agree.
No.
Yeah.
I was at wave break the other day, and these kids, I was snorkeling, right? And these kids are flicking around some lures, right? All fine and dandy. But I find semi-pelagic fish like queenfish, right? These kids were catching queenfish, right? Flicking up onto the rocks, smashing them against the rocks when they pulled them up because they're like that big. And anyway, thought they had a great release. I went over to see where it was. Guess what? It was half dead on the rock. And fish like that they just keep them out of the water for too long, and they just don't survive. Plainly, fish like that just don't survive. In most cases, when people keep them out of water too long, that's why I don't take photos of fish, because I just like to throw them back as fast as possible. They're undersized.
So I guess
Common
Steve,
sense, to be honest.
when we're talking about collecting the fish with hooks and stuff, so I'll refer to my purple groper, my purple rock cod that I caught there with that hand line underwater by snorkeling with a fishing hook. And I caught it on a fishing line and I hooked it and I put it in my bucket and brought it home, and it's eating that afternoon on pellets. It's growing. It's fantastic in the tank, and it's an absolute beast of a fish. The same can't be said for untold other types of fish that we collect via traditional means, like nets and barrier nets and Moorish idols and copper band butterflies, Steve. So there's all sorts of stresses that occur in our fish. I don't think we can think that we're immune from creating stress on that fish. And Quade gave me a very, very potent point back there with my clear jar, that when that clear jar is floating around, or Steve, your catch bag on the bottom of the river, and the fish just want to get out, versus a black one. I never thought about that, Quade, that maybe having something that's coloured would be less stressful to the fish because it's just in a zen mode.
It thinks it's gone to nighttime. If you think about it, make it dark. We've just said nighttime, going to catch fish at nighttime is so much better because the fish are, even though people don't realize that fish do sleep, he now is calming down. He's like, oh, cool, it's nighttime, time to chill. But he's in clear bottle. All he's thinking is, I can see my home where I'm meant to go and I can't get there. Why?
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess my take home point is there that everything that we do when it comes, and this is, I've got a question at the end of this stream, which is going to be poignant. What's the word?
I know you're the one saying it.
I don't know. It's going to be it's going to be relevant to this point, and that is that everything that we do when it comes to affecting wildlife has a pressure on that wildlife and a stress. And I guess it's what we do and how we handle that point in time and what we do afterwards that leads to whether or not that fish, that degree of stress is okay or not, I guess.
There's one other form of collecting they used to do years ago, and Rod and Valerie Taylor used to do it. And not many people know this, but I do because I was told by someone who knew them a long, long time ago. And that's using quinaldine. Have you heard of that?
Quinoline?
Quinaldine, yeah. You squirt it, say there's a fish that goes under a rock, you squirt it in there, and it comes out, it puts them to sleep. It's an anesthetic. It puts them to sleep. They recover with nothing wrong with them. But they used to use it because they used to get the fish to film, so they used to be able to catch the fish, and they used the quinaldine. It was easier.
You know, the question I ask about that is, do we know that there's nothing wrong with them afterwards, though? Because
that's the point. That's the point. Is it overdose on anaesthetic? Who knows? It's like copper. People don't realise that copper is the worst thing you can use on aquarium fish. And some fish like tangs, for example, that are susceptible to parasites, it affects them more than anything else. But people go, oh, I've had tangs in copper. Okay, do you know the damage it's done to its liver and kidneys and all the rest of it yet? No. But I'm just saying, that there's things that,
thank you.
I'm no scientist, but it's been proven.
Yeah. So I do have a couple of questions here, but I think in regards to that, we can probably all agree that there's a degree of stress that comes from any form that we do. But ultimately, I think we can ultimately all agree that when we're collecting our own fish, we do see those fish in our aquariums acting normally and feeding a lot faster than when we buy them from the aquarium store.
But also too, just on that, Adam, when you're talking about stress, how I look at it is if I'm catching a fish out of the river and I'm bringing it home, it's actually going to live longer in my aquarium because I've got a healthy tank than what it could be in the ocean. Why? Because in the ocean there's predators, right? And because they're nice and colourful, the predators see that and they go after them, they eat them. And also there's the floods, right? When too much fresh water is in salt water, the stress levels that kill the fish when it gets so cold from the fresh water coming down the rivers and the muck, that's also a stress level, which is worse. That kills them. So basically, we're doing them a favour. The ones we catch, we bring them home. They live a lot longer. They get fed twice or three times a day. So I think we're doing. That's what I think anyway.
It's a really okay, gentlemen. We're going. Quay's looking like he's going to fall asleep shortly.
No.
But I want to go through Quade's Brad Bucket video. Okay, so Quade, before you fall asleep, I want you to narrate. I want you to narrate your Brad Bucket video. But I also want to address some questions here, and then I think the issue with ethics,
I'll do
that could just go on forever. So should we?
But that's the thing. We mentioned what Steve said. There was cyanide. I remember people using vinegar. They used to spray vinegar into, especially to catch your anthias in holes, because it used to burn, and then they used to come out, and they're like, "Oh no, there's no effect. The fish is fine." But if I sprayed vinegar into your mouth, imagine how that burns you.
Yeah,
you're doing that to the gills, and they will last for a month or two and die.
And that's probably the scenario that's been told to the Indonesian fishermen all these years that are using cyanide. I mean, in horticulture, when the herbicide, so the weed killer Roundup first came out, I'm talking a few decades ago, the reps used to drink Roundup to show the horticulturalists that it was safe.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And now,
sounds like something I'd do.
Although we still use Roundup, there are starting to show that there are some links between glyphosate, the product, and also cancer, basically.
Cancer.
So although we don't, chemicals. I think we can all pretty much say we should be steer clear of chemicals. Steve, what we're going to do? Steve, we're going to answer a few questions. We're going to go a bit of a narrate from Quade through his Brad Bucket, because I want us to hear a bit more about these Anthias and these angels. And then we might do a wrap up, because it's going on 3 hours. Why the hell does this take so long? I don't know. And if everybody out there in the chat, if anybody out there in the chat has got some questions, now's the time to put them in. So Uncle Issues is saying that the apple juice green label is going to Heath's head. Now, question
apple
here.
Juice green label.
Anya, can you sand the barbs down so they are barbless? Anya, what I always do is I get my small set of pliers and I squash the barb so that when I remove the hook, it just slips on out. Yes, you might miss a few fish, but that's the way it goes. Senior Ding Dong 969. If you are using a line, how do you go with size limits, etc.? People thinking you are taking undersized fish, but obviously you're not eating them. So, Senior Ding Dong, that comes back to what kind of permit you have, and if you're in New South Wales. If you're in New South Wales and you are collecting a fish that has a size limit, and the only permit you have is a recreational fishing permit, you must stick by that size limit. If you are trying to catch one of those fish that has a size limit, but you also have that Section 37 aquarium collection permit, and you state on that permit when you get it that you're looking for a mangrove jack that is, well, no, that's a bad example. It has no size limit. You're looking for a brim that's 10 centimeters long. You are permitted to collect that and take it home for your aquarium. So it does depend upon what permit you have. I hope that's
I'm in
clear.
Queensland.
Yeah, well, then you're screwed when it comes to mangrove jacks. Ravenswood alpacas, what's your views on quarantine and the possibility of introducing pathogens into your tank? Quade, in Africa, did you quarantine your fish?
No, I never did. I just put them straight into the tank, because I think you've mentioned it as, and I'm probably going to steal this from you, Adam. We've all got it in our tanks already. It's, so I'm also that firm believer. If you quarantine a fish, you're putting them in quarantine, and then after that, catching them again, stressing them again, and then putting them into another tank again. So I just put it in. I never quarantined any of my fish. So that's what I did.
Okay. Now, Steve, I'm going to get you in a sec, because I know I can see your brain bungling along there. But I'm going to go. Yeah. I'm going to go to Heath. Heath, have you done any research on quarantine, and what are your thoughts on it?
Over the years, like I can say that, but you see, if I catch a fish wild, I've just started to start using copper. It's like saying, oh, I have a bag of marbles, and half of them are blue, like a quarter of them are blue, like green, half and another quarter are red. It's like if I had a whole bunch of fish that might have disease but have been treated with copper, there's gonna be a lower chance. Like if I add like a couple wild fish and I don't quarantine them, there's a lower chance that the fish from the wild have diseases, and the fish from the actual facilities. It's kind of like, I don't know if you understand this. If I'm making sense or not, but
Absolutely not.
it's just if it's like a bag of marbles. I don't know, and a cup, and they're different colors representing if they have diseases or they've been quarantined, and if the wild ones, a couple of wild ones might have a low level of parasites, but the chance is going to be a lot lower compared to a fish that's been in probably 7 tanks before it got to your one. Do you realize how many other fish that fish has seen before it's been into your tank? Caught from the wild, maybe imported, then gone to facility, then gone to the store, then go to your tank, and then
I think
so.
No,
I don't know.
Okay, I can kind of get where you're coming from in regards to the chain of handling that comes to the stress involved on fish, and if a fish has some sort of parasite, it's going to get brought out from the degree of stress. Their immune system is down, and I know that Steve is champing at the bit to talk about this because we've talked about this before. So Steve,
Yes.
What are your thoughts on quarantining fish, treating fish with medications, but also just an observational? Because I will point out the quarantine is not treating fish with copper. Quarantine is isolation from everything else.
Observational does nothing.
It's not
That's
bloody
correct.
American.
That's correct.
It doesn't do anything.
That's correct.
It doesn't do anything.
If you're buying a fish, say you're buying a fish, not collecting a fish, but buying a fish from a pet shop, the first thing I'll be asking, plus seeing what sort of fish you're getting, is are you floating these fish in copper? In other words, they're getting them from Asia. That'll be the worst fish to buy, because in Asia, they've already been floating in copper and God knows what else. And so you don't know the lifespan of that fish. I guarantee it's not very long, because copper is a killer of fish, right? It always is, always will be. People think it's not, but it is. If you research it, I've researched it. I've never used copper on fish, ever. Medications on fish, the only thing I've ever done with fish over the years probably would be a freshwater bath. And that doesn't hurt them. If they've got a flatworm on them or something like that, they come straight off, and it doesn't hurt them as long as you got the water right, your pH and temperature and everything. But that's what I would be looking at if I was buying fish. Where are they coming from? Because you don't know where they're coming from. Like, for example, if you go to a shop that's mostly wild caught fish, say Cairns Marine, or any of the Australian places that export fish to aquarium shops around Australia, they're all Australian caught fish. Basically they're pretty healthy and the way they're caught. But in Asia, they're not. They're a home for parasites and all sorts of things. But anyway, and if you bring your fish home from the ocean, if you've caught your puffer fish or whatever, and you put it straight into copper, it's the worst thing to do, mate, because it's come from the ocean. 99% of the time it's healthy. You don't need to do that to the fish. What you need to do is just like Adam was saying, if you really want to see if there's anything wrong with it, put it in a separate tank. You don't need the drugs in there. Watch it for a couple of days or a week. If it's eating, if it looks healthy, just put it in the main tank. You don't need to put drugs in there. Sometimes people have a lower salinity.
It always becomes
to make sure. Now, hang on a minute. Now, there's only been a couple of times
It always
for collecting fish myself, I don't quarantine because I know where they come from. When I'm about to collect a fish, there's only a couple of times I've seen fish that have got like a parasite coming out of them, or a worm. I've seen worms out of threadfin butterflies. I've seen like a parasite. I don't know what it is. It's just like a flea or a tick that's connected to mostly the rear ends of fish. And I just, sorry, if I can't get it off, it's sorry, I'm not coming home with me. Anyway, so I don't quarantine. I put my fish in a little container inside the main tank so they get used to what's going on in the tank. The fish actually, fish make sounds in the ocean, in the aquarium. They do make sounds. They do, I don't know, it's not talking. But like, for example, when I put the latest fish that I got, which is a little dwarf angelfish, which is what the hell was it? A little pearl scale. As soon as I put that in the little box in the tank, all the fish, all the other angelfish came up to the box and they hung around there for 5 minutes. It's like, what is that fish saying to the other fish? But I leave it in that box so it gets used to the other fish. Those fish get used to that. And after a couple of days, I release it and it's fine. That's the only thing I do. If I think they're going to fight because they're dwarfies. So they don't. They're actually all getting on well. So that's all I do. But as I said, I don't buy fish. I got done by an aquarium shop that used to be down this way. I'll say that they were called Marine Mates. It was a haven for diseases, that place. And I ordered a fish off them. It took weeks to get. It was a Panada batfish. And I watched that fish for ages and ages, had nothing on it. I brought it back home and it gave everything Udinium, right? So then my whole tank was, had parasites. So I had to get rid of them. And it took ages. It took 6 months to get rid of all the parasites. So I did it. And that was really hard. It was distressing because a lot of fish I had for many, had them for years. So, and I lost quite a few. So I don't buy fish anymore, not for the reason that where I buy fish from have got diseases, but I prefer to catch them. And my quarantine is nothing. I don't need to do that. But I'd be very wary, Heath, on what sort of drugs that you have in your quarantine tank, because a lot of drugs can have effects on your fish long term. As I said, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a vet, but I guarantee you that the things that I've read online and with people that are experts have said that these sort of drugs do affect fish in the long term. So I find there's nothing wrong with getting a fish out of the ocean and putting it straight into your tank, because both myself and Quade know that, and also Adam knows that the fish that we do collect, basically there's nothing wrong with them. And if you see parasites on a fish or something wrong with them, you leave it there. You don't bring it home to infect other fish. So, and you only see that very rarely. I'd probably ask Adam or I'd ask Quade, how many fish have you seen that are sick that you haven't brought home? And it's not many.
Steve, Heath is busting at the bit to say something, and then we're going to go on to Quade's brag bucket video. So Heath,
yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I know, mate. I want to see those angels too, and those empties. Go, mate. Go.
Steve, I totally agree with you. But it's like there's always the lowest common denominator. That's why they have phones locked up at stores and don't let you just walk around with them. It's because there's always just the lowest common denominator. There's always something there to stop you from succeeding. Like,
well,
I had a bristle tooth.
It's a hard hobby, mate. It's a hobby. Is a heartbreaking hobby. But
I know. So almost a waste of time. You could consider.
Gentlemen. One question quickly: is the water warm enough in Coffs to collect Adam? The water has dropped by a couple of degrees. I've sensed it getting down. I've put a wetsuit on, and that means that I'm feeling probably about 21 to 22 degrees. And I'm disappointed because I didn't get in the
It's almost freezing.
water I didn't get underwater this weekend because it's raining and shit outside, and the water's going to be crap. And I fear that in 2 weeks' time, when I get back to Coffs Harbour from being overseas, that the thank you, Grubby. I'm just asking my son to fill me up. I fear that the season might be finished. So, Pratty, I'm hoping that I'm going to see my target fish. I want to really catch some more dot and dash butterflies before the end of July, but I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. Now, Quade, I want to know about these bloody African fish. So, we've got Quade's, there's his reef tank, there's his reef tank, there's his reef tank, there's Steve. We've got this. Hang on. Oh shit! No, Quade.
Yeah.
That bloody fish I was going to say about. Check this out. Hang on a minute. Fuck, I'm getting good at this technology stuff.
Ringtail.
Hang on. Share screen. Google. Meganthius. Share. Check this shit out.
Oh my God.
I know.
Better see something impressive.
Can you see that?
It might be the only way you can catch an Anthias is with a hook.
Holy crap.
That's
Look at
AI.
this fish.
That is
It's AI.
unreal.
Don't believe it. It's AI.
No, it's not, man.
It's AI. Don't believe
I've
it.
Googled this shit. This is not AI.
Holy moly.
That is AI.
No.
That is
It's
AI, buddy.
it's a nice looking fish
Yes,
for
it
the size
is.
of it.
Thank you, Grubby. Good work.
You can see that, like, you can see how it has 3 eyes. Like, AI.
3 eyes.
It's taken over.
So,
Almost.
Was it
All
come
right.
from
Just missing
Springfield?
2.
hang on. I'm going to go Meganthius. Hang on. I've got to find the all. Meganthius. Can you guys see this?
There's a place
Yeah.
in Brisbane called Springfield.
Meganthius is a genus of moray rinfin fish from the family Anthiadeidae, which is odd because Anthias are from Serranidae. They are found in the Indo-Pacific and the Eastern Atlantic. Well, that doesn't make sense for Africa because Africa is the Indian.
Yeah.
Pacific.
Meganthius
Oh, no, no.
natalensis. Is this a real fish?
Hey,
Nice.
Craig, you reckon Adam will be able to catch one that big in the river?
I don't think there's only one that size in
Yep.
the
Or you
Nam
can't
bucket.
you can't catch an
I'll
Anthias
catch
with
a
a
3
net.
meter
So with the hook,
Anthias.
maybe you can.
But
I
I'm
want
going
to
to
catch
bring
a 3 meter Anthias.
You need a bigger net. Oh my God.
Oh, there is. I'm trying to think. I think it's called a
Might need a
barber.
bigger boat.
No, I keep on trying. Oh, perch, barber.
Bubba.
Now I'm getting closer.
Perch.
Now I'm getting closer. Now I'm getting closer. Can you guys see
Okay,
this?
hold on.
Yeah.
You can see
No.
that. Okay.
What is that?
What does
Looks
that
like a
look
brim.
like? No,
That's
it's
a
not
brim.
It's not a bloody brim. Shut up. Now,
Yes, it is.
what does that look like to you guys?
Like a fish.
An
It
Anthias.
looks like a bloody Anthias, but it's not. So
Yeah.
in the cool
Looks like a
waters,
flamehawk.
in the cool waters of Eastern Australia, there is a dirty big Anthias group that is not Anthias. It's Caesioperca, and they're a deep water species that is only brought up by these kind of fishermen. It's crazy shit, which makes me think that the mega Anthias must be real.
Maybe.
Going over your head there, Adam. Sound like a conspiracy theorist.
I know. It's like Tasmanian devils on a Saturday night, mate. Do you think this kid's lying?
I don't know.
I don't know. I've never seen one.
Oh
and
my
never
God.
heard of it. So
That's almost like a lake. That almost looks freshwater.
No, it's got to be legit. There's so many species. Meganthias foliferus, Meganthias natalensis, which is this one, natalensis. So
That's real. Other one doesn't.
That's the species Quade. And I saw natalensis and I thought, well, that's got to be off the coast of Africa, but it does say Indo-Pacific and the Caribbean. Deep water fish.
Quade.
And there are seriously like those I think they're called a barber perch, which is like these different style of anthias.
Barber.
And they're off on the southeast deep water coast off of New South Wales down to Victoria. So they're cool water. They're down deep, Montague Island, those kind of places. So they're out there. That's in the family Serranidae. And I wondered maybe if you heard anything about that Megalanthius natalensis. No?
Quade,
No.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, mate.
Quade.
Yeah, mate. I'm listening,
In Africa,
mate.
this might sound a bit ridiculous, right? But when you were collecting, did you get chased by lions or zebra
No.
when you were collecting? Like
What
when
the
you're in the tide pool and a lion or something pops
There's a
out. or
line in
something.
the ocean swimming around.
No. You like you
mute
just
me.
mentioned AI things. Don't believe everything you see on YouTube.
There might be a
Don't mute me.
How's he muting
Genuine
himself?
question.
I'm muting him and he's unmuting him. This is the power of children these days. They know technology so badly. I'm
Power of
muting-
children.
Yeah, you're 14. I'm
The
muting
government's
you
taking
right
everything
now.
away from us, buddy.
Oh,
Not
all
too
right.
bad. Now you have to
Okay.
listen to me.
Hang on, wait.
Yeah.
Pratty 87, there's a video
Oh,
5 years ago.
everyone can see you and hear you.
Senior ding dong, like a Neptune groper. What is a
Neptune
Neptune
grouper.
groper? What is
That
that?
ugly.
Seriously?
They're like orange balls. They're
Hang
pretty
on.
ugly. They don't look
Hang
good.
on.
They're pretty ugly.
Nep.
They look like a soldier fish cross grouper, cross anthias. They're
Hang
pretty
on.
ugly.
Ah,
Don't look good.
What are you
Hey,
looking up
Adam.
now?
Adam, I've got
Yes,
a question for Pratty. Pratty, you mentioned on my channel that watching my videos makes you want to jump in the water. And I asked you, why don't you? You never answered me. That's to
They
Pratty.
probably freeze.
no, Pratty's still there. Pratty's still there. So this is a Neptune
still there.
groper. Steve, hopefully he'll answer back
No, they're not.
shortly.
Yeah.
They don't
Neptune
look like
groper. That's a bloody cool looking fish.
They look like that.
That is a very nice looking fish.
They're pretty
huh?
ugly.
Heath,
They don't have a good shape. They don't look like a normal grouper. They look like stubby and weird.
mate, you got to understand the group of
They don't look
family.
good.
A group of family involves gropers, anthias, basslets,
Cod.
hamlets. There's all sorts of fish in the groper family. Calm the farm down. All right, now
Not like your
we're
purple
going
grouper.
we're going to go to the brag bucket. Where is it? Now, Quay.
Which one?
So what? Just to clarify, Quade sent me a bunch of photographs, and videos of his brag buckets, which were what you come ashore from Africa. You'd have your fish in a bucket, and you take a photo and show your mates, and you show, hey, this is what I'm going to send your way this afternoon. I'm coming from a dive. This is going to be yours. This is yours. This is yours.
Yeah.
And the photos are about 4 seconds long. That's what happens when I put them into a slideshow. And then there's some videos all lumped together. So Quade, if you can just roughly narrate over what you're seeing, that would be great.
No worries. All good.
So hang on. I'm going to get rid of that comment. I'm going to rewind the video to the start. And I'm going to show you. And you want me to pause somewhere? You can pause.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I'll
pause
tell you.
it.
No, it's all good.
Rewind the video to the start. Heath, turn it off. And you want me to pause somewhere? You can pause.
What's happening there?
Damn, what off?
You had something else in the background. Right, Quade, go for it, buddy. What are these guys?
Oh, it was you talking.
These are the little bumblebee shrimps that we used to catch. They're awesome to catch, but you never really saw them. You only saw them at nighttime. They were actually nocturnal.
They're
So,
cool.
They're very, very cool fish.
What's the point of keeping them then?
They actually eat starfish. So any of your cushion stars and things like that, your nuisance starfish, they will eat those. So we used to collect that for that.
Do
That's
they?
not good.
Quade, would they have been a species that would be good for a little nano tank, or they were so cryptic you can see?
100%. Oh, they would be awesome for a little nano tank because they were tiny. They were maximum. You'll get them for about a centimeter. They'll be the max. They'll be a big one. The rest are tiny.
Okay.
So, yeah. And those are, of course, the little lartail Antius, which some people can't catch and some people can. But no, those three were all in a rock pool.
Hang on.
No, that's cool. So yeah, they're all in a rock pool, pretty much like we were discussing earlier. When you're learning how to catch fish, once you've had a technique on how to catch fish, they become easy. And I learned with the lartail Antius, if I blocked their holes from going back into their hole, they started to freak out and became a lot easier.
So what I'm going to suggest to you is that those three Antheus were in a contained rock pool.
In a contained rock pool, yeah. But some of them that I have caught, have been in pretty much like an open area. And actually, I've actually noticed a comment already from Cameron, which he'll be witness that I caught some in open water. So yeah.
I don't doubt that. Now, I've got a question for you, Quade. Are these guys Vanderbilt's chromis, or are they like a Neopomocentris bankeri, like the grey and yellow?
They were the first option you said. They were a chromis damsel.
Vanderbilts.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome. Only thing is they're very prone to white spot. So they were actually the fish that I learned that if I had them in a clear bucket like that, they were got white spot. If I put them in a white bottle or a black bottle, they didn't get white spot. So they were actually the fish that I did the research on.
All right.
So, yeah.
So, it's funny. I saw a couple of Vanderbilt's chromis in the Nambucca River last year. Only a couple, along with half and half chromis, which they've obviously been swept in from the Sultry Islands. Yeah. And this year, I didn't see any Vanderbilts at all.
Now, what you would call the half and half damsel is what I would call a chocolate dip. So, pretty much
funny. Mate. There's a couple of different species. Like there's Margaritifera, and there's which is like there's ones that have more of the half and half towards the back, which is Margaritifera, and then there's these ones that are half right in the middle, which are Iamilus. And I think you might be getting those. They're a better looking fish. They're a better looking,
but eventually get aggressive as well, funny enough. Where these, I never ever had aggression from these chromis ever.
Okay.
They're such a pleasure to have. They're awesome little fish.
But
there's another Antius as well.
But prone to disease.
They were prone to stress.
Stress. Yeah.
So I find they were prone to stress. Just go back to that other one that you had there. There was another Antius there, and then another of those two little damsels. And then there's also what we would call a leaf wrasse. And I don't know if you guys get that, but basically,
yeah, I can see that.
I think
that wrasse there would be actually imitating a leaf. They're actually quite.
That's the green, for everyone out there, that's the greeny, browny kind of blob above the Antheus there.
Yeah. So that actually
I've seen one of those before.
That's actually a kind of a wrasse that we used to get that would actually become like what we would call a leaf wrasse or something, or tamarin wrasse. And yeah, from that, they'll actually end up in such a beautiful, like a reddy color with like white dots all over it. It was actually a very pretty wrasse.
That's cool.
Yeah,
right.
Awesome.
I'm going to keep playing. Oh, hang on. So you got this is a speculum, Kidulon speculum, butterfly fish.
Yeah, that's correct. Or also what you guys would call a teardrop.
You can see the ocelot butterfly.
I was going to say that teardrop.
Is that a teardrop?
That's a teardrop. Yeah, that's a teardrop.
It's very yellow though.
Very, very yellow.
Okay. Bright. And what's the banded fish next to it?
The banded thing was almost very
Also,
similar to what you would see those little like kingfish, those little that are mostly with your manta rays, those little black and white kingfish are there. It was a baby one of those
Okay.
that I've never seen diving, caught it, took a
Remora.
photo, released it.
Remora.
No,
No,
not
not the
remora.
remora. It's almost like a little like pilot fish or something like that. I think they call it. There's your normal
I've got a
cleaner
good story
acids,
about Remora.
a coral banded shrimp, and then that's the
Boring.
brown version of the leaf wrasse that is next to the semicirculatus.
Is that blue
Right.
angelfish? Or is that
Yeah,
there's something
little
different?
angel. It's a semicirculatus,
Yeah.
which I think you guys
Oh,
also
it's
get
on
different early
foreign.
warning for. Also known
Yes.
as an old woman.
Is that old woman or is that hang on? So semicircular we know as a Quran or a semicircle. Old woman is rhomboideus. Which
We would sometimes call them, or basically semicirculatus Quran. That's exactly it, yeah.
okay.
And then some people get confused and call them an old woman because they became very uncolourful when they got adults.
Okay, that's rhomboideus. Okay, question here from Senior Ding Dong 969. I did a bit of diving on Aliwai Shoals a few years ago. Challenging conditions on that Natal coast. Have you done some diving off Aliwai Shoals?
Where's that?
I actually did my open water
Where's
scuba
that at?
diving course off Aliwai, so yeah, it's very full of current. So yeah, very nice place. Awesome.
I remember hearing a podcast from Jake Adams, and back in the days when Reef Builders and the podcast was new, it was Jake Adams and Mark Vanderwall, and they were talking about doing the diving off Aliwai Shoal, and it was like almost like they were likening it to being like a commando effort going down to the water. Like it was like go 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 go. It was so the current was so fast going down there.
So it is very different to a lot of places. You do a lot of what you'll call your drift diving. So you'll get down to the bottom and pretty much drift along which the current takes you, and then when you surface, you're in a completely new place. So yeah, all depends also on conditions and time of year. A very, very well-known place to actually go dive with the Ragatoo sharks. So yeah.
Oh, okay. And what's the that looks like a wrasse next to the angel? What's the wrasse?
That is the same as that leaf wrasse, that green wrasse that we saw earlier. You get them in this color, the green or in the brown. Same species. Just one was green and one was brown, mimicking seaweed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep on going now.
Yeah, no worries. Same as those damsels.
Yep.
More of the Antheus.
Now, Quade, you were talking to me about Antheus are washed up in coastline rock pools at certain times of year.
So basically, during your spring and summer, your big surf, and that will bring in those babies. So we almost suspect that off the Aliwai Shoal and deeper reefs, they get pushed in from being born or come down by the Mozambican current.
Sorry.
Is Cape Town in South Africa?
Sorry, Heath?
Is Cape Town in South Africa? Because there'll be huge waves there, right?
There is, but that is your
like if you weren't diving there. Oh, right.
I lived in Cape Town for 10 years.
Huge swell. Well, was it like dangerous swell, like big waves? Is like human killing waves, or just like would you be able to be diving in that kind of condition?
You wouldn't go diving in those kind of conditions.
Like cold water.
So no.
Yeah.
Heath, I think what Quade's trying to say is that you got to choose your times and you won't go out in those conditions.
100%. That wasn't. I think he's thinking of Dungeons, which is off Cape Town, which is known as a big surfing wave area, but that is far out to sea and off Cape Point, which you wouldn't go diving.
Where that person went in Australia with like that 16-year-old with that boat. Where is that? Like, what's her name? I should know this. That 16-year-old that like
hang on, Heath.
sailed the world. I forget.
Heath, we're just
I'm
going
a
to
bit
go.
of a tangent.
Yeah, you are, mate. Yeah, you got to
Your
let.
normal coral banded shrimps. There was a pair that are caught. As you can see, there's one that's got eggs and one that doesn't. So yeah, but those are prolific. You can catch those pretty much any time you want to. They're quite cool. Another little bumblebee shrimp that was inside a glass. So yeah. You guys should know what this is. That
Hang
was
on. Hang on. I'm gonna go back.
that was a little what
Was
you
that
guys
Bunny?
would call a clown tang or clown surgeon.
How the fuck? I got
That's what I was thinking.
Sorry, Quade. I'm trying to mute bloody Heath because he's always butting in and he keeps on bringing himself. How the hell do these kids know how to unmute themselves? Heath, behave yourself.
I'll still muted.
Yeah, Zippy, and let Quade have his piece, okay? Just Zippy.
So yeah,
Now-
that's what I would call a clown tang. I don't know what you guys would call them here, and I'm sure you guys get them here. So yeah, that was one of those ones. Also, a fish that I wouldn't put in my tank. I just found it became so aggressive, but someone wanted it, so I caught that. You guys get that kind of wrasse here too, by the way.
Yeah.
That's your reindeer wrasse, or what we call in South Africa a rock moving wrasse.
Mhm.
A very, very nice wrasse to have, but if you've got any small substrate, good luck, it's going to move it. So yeah.
So, Quade, I'm very well aware of a rock moving wrasse, a reindeer wrasse, whatever. I've never seen one, but they're around. Are they very common over there?
I would say they are common, but people don't look for them.
on the podcast.
People don't look for them because they're swimming, like you can see in the video. He's swimming almost like he's twisting, like almost like a leaf, and people don't see it. I've dived with friends that have gone right past them, and I'm going, there's a like a reindeer wrasse right next to you, and he doesn't even realize it. There in that video, you'll actually see the leaf wrasse now actually swimming. Gives you quite a good image of how it actually does its little thing.
So it looked like I'm going to go back. It looked like in that bucket there, you've got a Stars and Stripes, a Bennett's Toby or a Bennett's Sharp-Nosed Puffer, a couple of cleaner wrasse, and what are those two wrasse at the top there?
Those are those leaf wrasse that we've been talking about that become tamarin wrasses or are tamarin wrasses.
Yeah.
So and then of course you got one of your little puffers that you caught the other day. Very similar one there as well on the right hand side.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. I'm just giving a thumbs up to Heath there, just to keep him on top. Righto, Heath. There you go. All right. So now we're getting the juicy stuff because I love my butterflies. Come on, puffer fish. There we go. So what is this? What is this butterfly?
What I would call a Marley eye.
Marley eye.
Marley eye. I don't know what the exact species of it is.
Hang on, Quade, keep talking. I'm going to go because this is serious stuff to me because you know I love my butterflies. Share screen.
I actually have my book here as well. So for this, because I knew you would know the letter names in there as well.
Hey, we have to be scientific, otherwise we're nothing. Oh, but bloody fingers. Marley eye. Hang on.
So also known as basically the Chitonon Meyer, MEYERI, and your Latin thing.
Okay, so no, that's not what it is. That's a Marley butterfly fish.
Well, we'll call it a Marley butterfly. We had common names for things, but
so you've got a Mayeri.
Mayeri, yeah. So that's
a Mayeri.
Yeah, that's an. Have you found it there?
So what that means is that language means something there, Sonny Jim. So it's a Mayeri butterfly fish.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going to find it again. There, no.
Yeah, that one.
Yep.
So that I've only ever caught one of those. I have seen quite a few, but that one I caught, I ended up giving to someone that had a huge SPS dominant tank.
Yep.
And they are known to eat SPSs or nip at SPSs. It's not a case that they eat the coral, but it's scientifically been proven that they're eating a form of off the SPS, whatever it may be. So we tried it in someone's tank, and unfortunately, it didn't make it. So there's definitely something else that it needs in nutrients. Rainier wrasse, another one. And there's a convict surgeon there, by the way, for his in that other video. And there's a little convict, idol, and another lartail goldie.
Yeah.
Another Moorish idol. And now this will be something that you would be interested in. There was like I can't even tell you what cardinal there was. I think it's like I think you guys call it a 6-line cardinal, a 6-bar cardinal. That's right in the middle. And then the little black and yellow is a little black Bernie butterfly. And then the other one right next to it, the little bit of orange, is what we call the Madagascar butterfly, which is very similar to the one that you want to steal from Gary.
Yeah.
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 It literally almost looks identical, but it's not. It's
I've done some research. There's 3 different species which all look almost the same, except that the yellowy orange at the back differs in coloration. That's basically it.
So yeah.
Oh,
that's a little clan wrasse. Yeah.
yeah.
So that was quite a nice little catch to get.
Yeah. Gary and I found one of those about a month ago in Namaka. We didn't catch it. It grows quite large.
Yeah, they do.
But it's amazing as a juvenile, though, isn't it?
That was one of the first ones I saw, and I caught it. I had a 2-meter fish tank, so I knew it had some room to grow.
Hey, Quade, just a question from me, mate. What's the average depth of your collecting in South Africa there with those fish? Just about an average depth.
A lot of the places that I dived in were around about 1.5 meters to 2 meters.
Wow, that's great.
That'll be the average depth. Like I said, a lot of places I dived was rock pools, and I put that in that. But as the tide went out, it basically became like an open channel bay that kind of trapped the fish in, but they still had an area to go out to the open sea if they went out, but just made it low enough that it was like 2 meters or 1.5 meters depths. But certain fish I didn't catch of like what Adam does off the harbour wall. I used to dive off those areas as well. So
right, okay. Wow, that's great. That's nice and shallow.
Hey, Quade.
Yeah.
Seeing your Ding Dong 969 didn't happen to bring over any king eye angelfish, did you?
No, unfortunately not. I'm trying to stay in this country. I don't think get deported just yet. So,
are there? Did you come across any king eyes over there at all?
I believe a few guys have, but those are the guys that were diving with scuba, and they would find something like that. Beautiful fish, but
Adam.
Also, that's diving down at 25 to 30 meters of depth. So, yeah.
Adam, I've got a question.
Yeah. Sure.
More of a statement. I've been doing some I've been thinking about what what's his name said, what's your name? Steve said about the copper thing, and I just realized copper is like Panadol. It says that there are it can do damage to fish, but at therapeutic levels. If you think about it, if you take too many Panadol, it will kill you. It will do liver damage. It's same with alcohol too. But it's with copper, it's therapeutic levels, right? So as long as you're not overdosing them, I feel like it would be fine. I don't know. If anyone has any reason why that wouldn't make sense, but I don't know.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying there, mate. So the concept of a therapeutic level, I'm going to get scientific on you now. So a therapeutic level is a level of a drug which is capable of having an effect against an infection or a parasite that will see a result, a cure, so to speak. So the question is, though,
Like chemo.
like anything, like chemo, like an antibiotic against your infected ear, whatever it might be. The question is, though, has there been enough research into the effects of that medicine on the animal that you're treating for? If you've got an ear infection, what the therapeutic level of a antibiotic, sure, it kills the bacteria, but what do we know about what its effect on the human is? And in humans, there's a lot of research that goes into what is the after effect of that drug. In fish, look, I don't doubt that copper will kill velvet and white spot. And the question is, what is the effect on the fish once that's happened? And there is absolutely, and I 100% believe, and from what I've read, that there is an effect on the liver, the bone marrow, and the immunity that comes from those stem cells that come from the bone marrow that goes with the ability of the fish to sustain life and fight infection and whatever from there on. So unfortunately, in marine aquarium world, the therapeutic level side of things hasn't been researched because there's no money in it. People don't care about.
Yeah, because what would the? Yeah, because like even if it cures the parasite, does it still, like, is it a therapeutic level to the fish, or to kill the parasite? Like, will that therapeutic level hurt the fish or not? I guess that's what's all about.
It's okay. So for copper, it's the better of best evils. Your aim is to kill the parasite before you kill the fish. So your aim is to knock out the parasite at a 2.3 parts per million level of copper, whatever the hell it is, depends on the brand. And if you go above that, your risk is that you're going to affect the fish to a point where, yes, you're going to wipe out the parasite, but you're also going to negatively affect the fish in the long run as well. So it's a real balancing act. So if you're going to use copper, you have to know what copper you're using, and you have to then also monitor that copper level at the appropriate rate to then make sure you're not going above that to hurt the fish, and below that to be not therapeutic. And I don't know. You're asking me, is there going to be? Yeah, you're asking me, is there going to be a long-term impact on the fish or not? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Well,
Sorry for the sidetrack, Quade, by the way.
No. My opinion is yes. There's going to be a long-term impact on the fish.
Yeah.
But your aim if you're treating with copper is to kill the infection or the parasite with minimizing the amount of damage that you're doing to the fish. I don't use copper.
I guess it's like vaping. I guess it's like vaping. Like we just haven't seen the long-term effects yet. Like, even though it's been around for like a while, we just haven't seen the long-term effects. What happens after 15 years or so of using copper on a fish? After using copper, I guess.
Mate, that's absolutely correct. And the unfortunate thing about the aquarium industry, the reality of it, is that the vast majority of our fish will die in an unnatural time frame. I hate to say it, but they generally do, so that we don't really understand the true implications of what's happened years and years before. And that might have been treating it with copper. There's just
Yeah.
not enough money that goes behind the industry to put behind the research into these things. So
Maybe I should do that with my life.
possibly. Now, Heath, sidetrack. That's okay. I'm going to make sure,
Sorry.
Quade, we're getting back to Moorish Idol.
Sorry, Quade.
No worries.
We've got a comment here from Pratty. I did hear about drift diving. Hang on. Drift diving over in South Africa. That's a thing over there, isn't it?
No, it's basically going with the current. Pretty much, you'll go get dropped off at what we'll call pinnacles. You'll get dropped off at the north side if the current's going from north to south. And you literally get to the bottom of 25 meters. The current is pushing you along, and you pretty much are just going with the drift, if you want to put it that way. And then you'll come out of the south side of Pinnacle. That's pretty much drift diving.
All right. Now, I've got a comment here from Tans Aquariums. Hang on, I'm confused. Is this, Quade, is this your partner, your wife, or is this?
No, it's not mine.
This is Tanya from down in South Australia.
Yep.
Tanya, good night. That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, good night, Tanya. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, let's finish this up, gentlemen.
No
Yeah,
worries.
it's 4 hours. You're such a
I
amateur.
know, mate. Past your bedtime.
I think we've beaten the record because last
There we
week
go.
with Anya was
There's a
3 hours.
raccoon there. If Steve-O looks there was a raccoon or a raccoon butterfly there too. I know he wanted one. And there's
If I ever
also
see one, I'll grab one.
yeah, so there was a raccoon there, another Moorish idol, another one of those pajama surgeons or whatever you want to call it, clown surgeon, another one of those.
Quade, what's the
Yeah.
go here, mate? What's the go with this?
So this is when I've learned that when I was collecting for friends and they'll go, yeah, I want this, this, and this, and this. And I'll go, cool, I'll go collect them. And then they will go, oh, but I can only fetch it on Saturday, for argument's sake. So I ended up getting pretty much a big tub and had a protein skimmer with a wave maker and salt water and some live rock, and I collected the fish and I put them in there until the friends were ready to come collect their fish. So it became a holding tub pretty much. So that was all.
Looks cool.
And that's basically so that the fish that you collected you can give to your mates when they come around on the weekend.
So pretty much, yeah. Instead of keeping them in a little bottle, there's another little leaf wrasse, another Korean angel, cleaner wrasses, and little. Now there's Arania wrasse at the bottom, more of those little things, and what we'll call them striatus, but I don't know if you guys get something very similar to what you would call the old woman. I think that's what you guys will call the old woman.
No, we don't call old women anything.
Yeah. Or
That's an imperator, isn't it?
that's an imperator, yeah. That was the baby imperator that took me 5 days to catch. That fish
5 days. Wow. Must have been in a good spot.
He was in a very awkward spot that whenever I try to get him out of that area, he would literally go around my net and pretty much go into a hole that I couldn't get to him. And he frustrated me for 5 days, backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. And I had a very good mate who had back surgery, and I promised him if I ever saw another emperor angel, I'll catch him one. So it was like kind of a huge goal for me to get that. So there was a nice story behind it, but an absolutely amazing little fish.
Yeah, it's good. It's always good to catch juvie angels. I'm hoping next year we get the coron angel fish back.
Yeah.
Down
On
here at
business.
down here at the on the Gold Coast, there's still one or two that are about 4 inches, going 5 inches. They've still got their juvie colours, but most of the coron angel fish in the spit or the seaway on the Gold Coast are full grown adults, been there for years.
So So I think if you look at the left of your page there, Adam, I think the second one at the bottom, the second one from the second, that one you just I think clicked on, that's what I would call the old woman striatus. That's what we used to catch.
So,
So yeah.
so an old woman is Pomacanthus rhomboides.
Yeah.
There's a juvenile and an adult.
And that's what I'm saying. In South Africa, we had certain names for certain fish, but somewhere else in a different world, it wasn't that. So
Yeah.
that's
So
what
you-
happened, you know?
So over there, you had this species, which is the old woman.
Yeah.
You also had the very similar semicircular.
Yeah, we had the semicircle arches. That's what we definitely had, and then the imperatos as well.
So obviously we can see there that the semicircular got a bit more of a curve to the banding.
100%.
And then where is the imaging? And there's the emperor.
That was the emperor, yeah.
So
Is there
you're
still
pretty,
plenty of people left in the chat? Are they still hanging on there?
mate, we've got 16 in there, 4 hours, buddy. 16 diehards.
Wow.
Started with
Good on you. Good on you.
I see a comment there from Senior Ding Dong. Sorry, I'm just jumping onto that while I see it quick. I would say the juveniles were mostly, some of them would come down the currents, but a lot of them were, like I said, that we had outer reefs that we had that were in the current line that the adults would basically have the juveniles. How small those juveniles are, they could have been larvae, we don't know. They just get washed off into our rock pools or our areas that they're basically being collected. So I hope I answered that, but yeah.
It's amazing the different kind of collecting you can do in different localities. Like the idea of collecting these things, these angels. You've got 3 Pomacanthus angels. In some cases in rock pools.
Yeah.
It's just bizarre to me over here.
But even so, what we would call the jumping bean, I think you guys call it the African angelfish, which is that orange and the purple at the bottom. We'll get those.
Yeah.
We'll catch those in rock pools. I believe the season that's just passed that the guys have actually had a phenomenal season catching those. So, like we said, some seasons you get them, some seasons you don't. Why? I don't know. I don't think there's been enough scientific research being done in it because I don't think there's any money in it. So people just don't do the research or going, oh, why is this actually happening?
Yeah.
Because we don't really have, on the South African coastline, we don't have commercial divers catching fish to export. So there's no research for it.
Well, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have one last question for all of you. But what I'm going to say to the chat out there, that's right, Heath, that goes for you as well.
Good.
What I'll say to the chat out there is we're going on 4 hours. This is a record for the Aquarium podcast.
Yeah.
Quade, before you get the last question, I'm going to give you a shout out, buddy, for what's going on behind you there because you're trying to have a little bit of a business in Australia.
Yeah.
I want you to give a bit of shout out to what you're up to up there.
Oh, yeah. I saw someone earlier made a comment. So basically, the fish that are behind me and above me are the fish replicas that I actually make. So they're all about 30 centimeters big, and it's all made out of a mold that I've made, and I basically make them out of a resin, and then I hand paint them and hand airbrush them. I sent you one a while back, a Dorado, a Mai. And it's just something that I'm still getting into. There's soon to be a wahoo coming, and then hopefully one day it'll be a coral trout or a red or something like that. So it's a little business that I've got, and
You
it's
know
from Reef.
You got to get yourself a mangrove jack, buddy, because Australians love their mangrove jacks. It's ridiculous.
I do, but I know someone that keeps one in his fish tank. I'm waiting for that one.
I don't want to die so I can send you for a mold. All right, now.
Someday you'll have to make me a Harlequin tusk.
I need to get one to make a mold out of it, but yeah, I can do that. Easy.
And then you can have your purple grouper or whatever.
So I'm going to say to anybody out there in the chat, if you have any questions, ask them now. We have to address the message in a bottle very shortly. So,
Pratty's got a question real quick.
How are you finding collecting here in Australia compared to South Africa?
No clue at the moment. I haven't started, but I'm excited. I'm very excited. I think I'm going to do pretty well. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Reaper, SZ6TZ. This chat make me want to take a drive from Joburg to
KZN, which is KwaZulu-Natal. So yeah. So basically, your Joburg will be your inner city province, and he wants to go to where I used to live, which is coastal.
Okay. Brady, 87, where are your replicas available?
You can find them on Facebook. I've got a Facebook page called Reef Viking Replicas. You can look that up and send me a message there, and we can do business that way.
Apparently, you need to make a flathead and an Anthias. Anthias might be. Well, this is a Meganthias.
The Mega.
Yeah, the flatty is actually something I'm looking into actually. So it'll be on the cards. Unfortunately, everything that I don't have the originals of the molds, I'm gonna have to make the molds out of pretty much a fish that's died. So that's where certain things become a little bit difficult. Especially, maybe I should come down to New South Wales and catch all those fish in New South Wales, because I don't need to have them sized. I can just say for the aquarium they died. Yeah. Maybe that's the way around it. But for them to be legal, I have to have them sized. And if you can think about a coral trout has to be, I think, close to 30 centimeters, and like a red has to be close to 40 or something. That's a very big fish to make a mold out of. So I'm trying to work around how I can get that right at the moment.
Because what Clay's trying to say is he uses the mold to make this. It's a silicone mold, isn't it?
Yeah.
Using an actual fish.
Yeah.
The actual fish gets pushed into the silicone mold to make the for the rest. Yeah.
But for these ones here, I had some that were originally made in South Africa. So I just made the molds from the originals of these ones.
All right.
And just gone. Bye.
I don't think we have any more questions at the moment, gentlemen, which means it's time for
white milk.
Steve.
Yes.
How do you feel about keeping animals in your aquarium to reproduce and to populate the wild habitat?
Well, we're not supposed to do that, but if I wanted to do that, at the moment I've got a very pregnant female Bena coral shrimp. It's gone past the eggs. It's got babies under it now. But I'd like to sort of stick that back, to repopulate some of the places they're all gone from. Like when I was last in the Tweed, there was not one I saw. There's thousands in the seaway though. It's really weird. But anyway, I don't know. It all depends. I don't think I could breed anything in my aquarium because it's not an aquarium that. I know what it's like to breed fish. I know what you got to do. I know what the food you got to give them. So it's impossible. But if fish were to get to a certain size and they didn't go down the filter and somehow they grew up, I'd probably just give them away. I wouldn't release them back in the wild because they weren't born there. So they wouldn't have a clue how to survive. That would be probably my answer.
I'm going to clarify. So this is a question that was left by a previous guest without knowing who they're leaving the question for.
Thanks, Anya.
and it wasn't Anya.
Oh, wow.
So this previous guest asked this question, Quade, how do you feel about having an animal in an aquarium that you own that can no longer produce babies that can replicate the wild reef?
What is this question?
Can't have babies but replicate coral reef.
Well, if you think
I
about
don't understand that.
okay,
Yeah.
well, let me simplify it.
That's me. Drinks Adam.
The fish that we rely upon generally in our hobby come from the wild.
Yeah,
Generally.
Generally.
Once you take them out of the wild, and this includes coral, once you take it out of the wild, you can't produce eggs and babies that are going to produce young individuals that will then grow on the reef.
Yeah.
Do you have any feelings about the fact that you were putting that animal in your aquarium?
No.
Oh,
I know, mate. This is deep shit, Heath. Deep.
yes, you can have feelings about it, but at the same time, as I think Steve mentioned earlier, sometimes we actually feel like we're doing the fish a favor. We're putting them in an area that they get fed 3 times a day and they got looked after and they're not going to be predated and all that. So we could look at it that way. And I won't say there is definitely an impossibility that they're not going to breed in your tank if you're going coral-wise. Because clams, I know for a fact people that have had clams that have actually spawned and ended up having more clams. So I don't think of it that way.
Yeah.
I'm doing it as I'm replicating the ocean. Yes, I might not get the full biological David Attenborough whole thing of this and that, but that's not the reason why I'm collecting it. I'm collecting it for as an artwork. It's sometimes a way of stress release and anxiety release and all that, and that's what I do it for. I'm not trying to add more anxiety to me going, oh, but I'm taking poor Nemo away from his dad and an enemy. I'm not trying to think of that. That just makes it depressing.
Sure.
It probably's not relaxing
Heath,
at the least.
the question goes for you too, mate. How do you feel about keeping, I'm not saying collecting, I'm saying you might also buy this fish, this clark-eyed clownfish. How do you feel about keeping this animal in your aquarium that won't be able to fulfill its life cycle, breed, have babies in its natural environment?
It's kind of a deep question for a feeble-minded 14-year-old.
He called himself that. We never said it. Just state for the record, he called himself that.
Man, we're going deep. We're going deep.
Even my English teacher wouldn't ask this.
Well, hey,
Um,
we're fish keepers and we ask this shit. Actually, I didn't ask this. A previous guest asked this question.
that makes sense. I don't know what that person was on, but I guess I have to answer it. But
Yeah, you do. Go.
all right. I reckon I don't. But the fish doesn't have goals in life. I don't think. Like, and sometimes what happens is like fish just get to a certain age, but they never find a partner and never have the chance to breed, or they have one chance at it and they mess it up. Like they like a crab comes along and eats all their children.
Fuck, Steve.
Like-
Steve, this might be you tomorrow night, mate. Be careful, buddy.
Like, I don't think the fish has any life goals, so I feel like it's fun. And if you want to fulfill that, get a pair of clownfish or something.
Okay, fair enough. I guess the answer to that question, honestly, if anybody is that concerned about, well, and look, I'm going to be honest with you, I actually do struggle with that concept. I'm going to be honest with you. I collect every single weekend if I can, and yet I always feel guilt in regards to this mental to and fro about should I not, should I do, should I not. animals die, I care for them. I go fishing, I hook fish, all that sort of shit goes through my mind all the time. And yet I still do it because it's been ingrained in me from when I was an absolute kid. So it's an ethical question that it's really hard to try and address, but it's interesting to try and find. It's interesting to talk about it, though. I think that's the point.
So is that your excuse why you can't catch the NTS? You just the ethical reason why you can't catch them, you don't want to take them away.
I'd probably do it first if I scoop.
Look, in my defense, I haven't been able to get underwater for the last 2 weekends, and I don't have 5 days out of every week which I can go underwater, so I'm limited to the weekends. And this weekend was rainy, and the tides are at 4:30 at night, so I can't go out. And that brings me to Quade.
The joys of being unemployed.
No, self-employed is what it is.
Self-employed.
Self-employed. Yeah. So we're going to wrap this up now before it gets too dirty. What I'm going to say is seeing your ding dong. Hang on. Question. I don't see any difference between collecting for the hobby and collecting for food, and nor do I. At least in the hobby, they have a chance of extended life. Absolutely. In my opinion, once an organism, a fish, a shrimp, a lobster, has been taken from the ocean, it does not matter what its use is, be it an aquarium or to be eaten. It's the same in the end. Agreed. What's this one? Quade. Everyone's in agreement with you. Not sure what that is. Anyway, gentlemen, I'd like to say thank you very much for having you guys on board. This has been a 4 hour and 19-minute podcast. Steve.
21.
As I said, it's a record. The last one was 3 with Anya. We've been record. So next time I see it, I'll say that we've got, we just kept going.
I know, mate.
Yeah.
And these bloody Americans, like Reef builders, they were like whinging about going for a 6-hour podcast. I swear, in about 2 live streams from now, we're going to be past 6 hours. This is crazy shit. But in saying that, everybody out there, I'm off to Indonesia on Friday, and so I will not be able to podcast for the next 2 Sunday nights, because I'm turning 50 and my family is taking me to Lombok and the Gili Islands. And I'm going to be. Hey?
Where's my invitation?
I know, me too.
Mate,
it's pretty rude.
We made the kids pay their own airfares, so
Quade, could you really see yourself spending 2 weeks with Adam on an island?
No.
I'll be in the water, so I wouldn't be worried about it.
Yeah, I know, me too. I'll be out there just looking around.
You drown him, so.
The frustrating thing is that my GoPro camera died last weekend in the Nambucca River. I haven't got a GoPro to take with me overseas when I'm going to go snorkeling. So
buy another one.
I can't afford it at the moment, mate.
Well,
sorry. Unless there's a lot of people that want to see a little bit of the beach side in the Gili Islands of Lombok, and they look into the bar life, the restaurant life, the barbecued fish, and some sunsets, maybe we could do a live stream, but there won't be any underwater live streaming because
you might be able to hire something. As I said to you yesterday, I think we were talking. There might be something you might be able to get cheaper in in the airport, duty free.
Mate, I mentioned that. I mentioned that to Jane, the idea of getting GoPro duty free, and she thought that because there are cameras being done duty free, there might be GoPros too. I've got to look that up, but it's not going to affect the live stream though, buddy. So
make sure to bring me a grilled monkey. I've always wanted to try one. Grilled monkey on a stick.
Dude, are you
seriously
thinking about what you're saying here?
Yes. Please bring me back a grilled monkey. Careless, if optional.
So at this stage, everyone out there at this stage, the next live stream will be on the 24th of May.
I'll have my tank on then.
24th.
24th of May. And I've got, who have I got lined up? Oh, Julian. I've got Julian Baggio from Triton Reef up there in Cairns. Now, Julian is a great bloke. And he's been involved in Cairns Marine, in collecting. He's been involved, obviously, now with Triton Labs with ESUN. He's also multi-talented. He keeps freshwater tanks at home for his kids. And he's also a great bloke. I'd love to have a drink too. He's on the 24th. On the 31st, who have I got now lined up for the 31st? Oh, Nate Aquatics, who's breeding Steve. Just switch out for a sec. That's Nate Aquatics. We've got native fish, rainbow fish, blue eyes, all sorts of breeding going on there. And then in the first week of June, I have Watercolors Gallery from over in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And these guys, an aquarium store over there that's doing, I'll put it this way. They decided not to stock mandarin fish because their in-house quarantine was, in their terms, unsuccessful, seeing them through to a retail stage. So to me, that shows a lot of dedication to the hobby. And there's some guys I've been listening to on podcasts for some time, both fresh and marine. And so we're going to be having, it might not be at night time. It could be during the daytime. We're going to have to play with that because of the time difference. But that's going to be really cool seeing a tour through a North American, right up on the border of Canada, I think, retail store that's right into it hard. So there's going to be a lot of stuff coming up. So bear with me for the next couple of weeks. If you want to see a bit about Lombok and the Gili Islands from an iPhone, I'll see what I can do. Send me a message. Otherwise, I'll see you guys on the 24th. Steve, thank you.
Yeah, it's a
Thank you,
pleasure.
Steve.
Heath, thank you.
No, thank you.
And Quade,
No
Thanks,
worries.
Mike.
Thank you, Quade.
Thanks, everyone.
gentlemen,
See
stay
you guys
there.
later. Everybody in the chat, everyone that's still in chat. See you later.
Thank you, Praddy.
All
Thanks,
right.
everyone.
Thank you,
Night,
Senior Ding
everybody.
Dong.
Okay, see you guys.
Good night. Bye.